Amadwa, Panuay Washington, stand and face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barak Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Asherah Nathan Lanawa Hashabeth Bashalawam the water Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. Minor Shah, read everything. The Alim Ma'asharai Machad, Psalms 121. Anya Harayim Mayim Al Harim Mayan Yabawa Zarya Yabawa Mayahu Shashad Shemayim Warataza La Yanathan Lamawat Regalia Yala Yanawam Shashramarka Hane La Yanawam Wala Yishan Shashramar Yashwale Yahweh Shamaria Yahweh Tazalia Ayub Yim Yawamam Hashamash La Hakaya Wayarak La Balayala Yahweh Yashamaria Makau Ra Yashamar Napashe Yahweh Yashamar Hawalakya Wabawaya My Fa will Aid I will Basham Yahosha the water Amen.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence come my help. My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to move. He that keep thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keep Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even for evermore. Amen.
Amen. Shemaiah Sharella, hear, O Israel. Shemaiah Sharella, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaiah Sharella, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaiah Sharella, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Oh, Deuteronomy 6 and 4.
Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thapalai the Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6 and 9. Abinawa Shabbat Shemayim Kodash Hayya Shamka Yahweh Malakwatka Taba'a Ratazawanka Hayya Aisha Barataza Kaba Shemayim Natananawa Lakham Yawam Zad Wasalak Nawa Kabawat Nawa Kasalak Nawa Kabawat Yanawa Wala Abiyarnawa O Nasayawan Abo Awashinawa Murai Kaya Laka Hamalakwa Wa Allah Wa Thaparat Wa Walam Aman.
Matthew 6 and 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our debt as we forgive our debtor. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ha'ashara Matazawav, 10 Commandments, Exodus 20 and 3. La'ab, Yahayab, La'kab, Alahayim, Akarim, Alpanyat, La'ab, Thaishab, La'kab, Pasod, Wala'ab, Thaibadam, La'ab, Talakwakaf, Shamwab, Yahawab, Alahayakab, Lashawab, Zakab, Af, Hayawam, Hashabaf, Laquadashwad, Kabad, Abiyaka, Wa Amaka, La'ab, Taratazak, La'ab, Tana'ab, La'ab, Taganab, La'ab, Thainad, Shakur, La'ab, Tachamad, Ko, Asharat, La'aika, Aman.
Exodus 20 and 3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandment. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that take his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy day may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor thy manservant, nor his servant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor. Amen.
Amen. You shall be seated. Barakate Yahweh by Shimi Yahweh Shai, Asheranah, and now Aparia, Gaban Tuara Aman. La Yahweh by Shimi Yahweh Shai, Yashara. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. And Magwa, Panyua, Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakate Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyar, Wanawa, Aliyawan, Malak, Shao, Shamayim, Warataza, Wakau, Dabayim, Kayayam, Wagam, Hamashiach, Mayahawa, Arawanawa, Ahabnawa, Apalai, Yawaitaza, Yahawashai, Zakarnawa, Yahawa, Bartazawan. Ainka Yash'ala Zarnawa Bana was up Yash'ala O Nanawa Yam Yen Aita Kayawamyam Makwadam Babakusha Shalak Mike Allah Watazawadak Alahayam La Maganawa Raparnawa Washamar Alnawa Bakwa Shalak Haruka Shao Yao Shai Lanawa Alamanawa Rabiam Kakama Tabawana Wada Earth Shao the Barka Basham Yao Shai the Wada Them Yad Why Willam Aman. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember Yahweh favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel, most high, we beg you right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakata Yahweh, Bahashim Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Latan Lanawa, Hatawarat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barakata Yahweh, Bahashim Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Latan Lanawa, Awar, Larawat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakata Yahweh, Bahashim Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Nathan Lanawa, Quran, Hayo, La Kurab, Ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakata Yahweh, Bahashim Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Nathan Lanawa, Hasheman, Zayef, Lamashak, Yasha'ala, Yeshabah, be seated. The clouds. You gotta get the blinds, biblical shot. Why? All right, so Shalom Yasharala. So Shalom as everyone is here in the Philly school. Shalom everyone watching on live stream, and Shalom everyone listening in on teleconference. Welcome to Shalakanas to the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the so-called Black, Latin, Native Americans are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, once lost, now found, and that we fall into a lower state, politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of God found in the Bible given to us by Moses, and that we come out of this lower state that we've fallen by turning back to these commandments we broke by following Jesus Christ as our example, not according to the world, but as it is written, as it says in St. John 7:38, he that believeth on me, as the scripture hath said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. And one way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath holy, which is from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown every week. And today we are reading for our Sabbath reading on the Sabbath day, Ecclesiasticus and the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus chapters 47 and 48. Once again, Ecclesiasticus chapters 47 and 48, getting close to the end of what we like to call the jewel box of the scriptures, right? Ecclesiasticus, which these last couple chapters, a lot of it's just doing a lot of review, more so a review of our ancestors, famous members of our ancestors that stood for righteousness, so we can remember their example. A direct example of what we always quote in Romans 15 and 4, which is things written aforetime are written for our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope. So we're remembering famous forefathers that we had and looking at their example that they set, so we can meditate on that and try to use that wisdom for what we're doing now. Because remember, wisdom is timeless. The wisdom of the Most High is timeless. And that's like some relic that happened years ago, right? The Most High's wisdom can be used at any time, regardless of, what age we're in, right? No matter what technology we're dealing with, right? Agricultural age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, industrial age, information age, right? Man gives these different labels, these different ages, but the wisdom of the Most High is timeless and it can be applied from any time. So those lessons that happened years ago can be used even to this day. And my name is Nabiaz Babal. I'll be doing a service. All thanks to the Most High and His Son and the Holy Spirit. And just write down for your records, today is, according to the Gregorian calendar, November 13th, 2021. But according to our calendar, it would actually be the 8th month and the 9th day. Because remember, last week, Thursday, we celebrated the new moon. And we know this Thursday just passed, yesterday. Once the sun set Thursday, that'll be the 8th day. So when the sun set Friday, that makes it the 9th day of the month. All right, so let's go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 47. And let's continue on with this historical record that we can and should reflect on. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 47 and verse 1, to say come which y'all have it. So Ecclesiasticus 47 in verse 1, it reads, after him rose up Nathan to prophesy in the time of David. Right, so now we're talking about Nathan, who was a famous prophet. He was a prophet during the time of David, who became King David, right? The one who the Most High would choose to what? Start the line of kings to come after him. Similar to how the Most High chose Moses' brother Aaron to continue or to start a line of priests. David's bloodline would be the one to have the kings, right? So while we are a chosen nation, there's two special bloodlines that you see within the nation of Israel, the line of priests from Aaron and the line of kings from David. So both their houses are reckoned. And there's a lot of famous figures that came out of those particular bloodlines, from David's bloodline and from Aaron's bloodline. So it says, rose up Nathan to prophesy in the time of David. And we can just get this as a link, as we see here, This is 2 Samuel. Second Samuel chapter 12, in verse 1 on down. You just make that reference, but that's where you see Nathan give a parable to David about something that he did that was wrong. And in his case, it had to do with him committing adultery with the woman Bathsheba, and then also murder when it came to her husband Uriah, right? But he gives him a parable or a story, which David didn't know at first was actually talking about him, but he thought it was talking about someone else initially. But yeah, 1 Samuel 12, 1 on down goes into that. But we won't read it, but just if you need a reference for Nathan the prophet, that's a great place to start. So you can link that with 47 and 1. But let's continue on, though. Back in Ecclesiasticus 47 and verse 2. It says, as is the fat taken away from the peace offering, so was David chosen out of the children of Israel. See? So it's referring to David, or making a metaphor to what? When you do the peace offering, you're supposed to take out the fat, the inward parts, and separate it. You're not supposed to utterly burn it like you would a burnt offering, like Leviticus chapter 1. But in chapter 3, it goes into how to make a peace offering. And you're supposed to separate the fat of the innards, inward parts that are inside. So saying the same way you do that when you do a peace offering, that's how David was removed or separated out from the children of Israel, right? Because the Most High saw him to be special. It was someone that he could see and that he could trust to uphold that role to be a leader and a guide and a shepherd unto the children of Israel. Similar to how he was a shepherd for livestock, right? He said, I'm going to take you from this, and I'm going to even make you a shepherd over my people, right? And now that's also in 2 Samuel as well. I'll just give one verse, but this is 2 Samuel a little further back. 2 Samuel chapter 7. Second Samuel chapter 7. And I'll just read verse 8. As you go further down, you'll see more details. But 2 Samuel chapter 7 in verse 8, which reads, now therefore, so shalt thou say unto my servant David, thus saith the Lord of hosts, I took thee from the sheepcote, from following the sheep, to be ruler over my people Israel. Right? So David's experience being a shepherd over the sheep would be a good starting place, right? To keep, to remind him of his humble beginnings, but to also give him a nice basis as far as how to think of ruling over God's people, the same way that the shepherd would require care and guidance, right? And protection. He would think the same way or take this into when he would become that ruler over Israel as king. He's the Most High talking to Nathan here as well, as far as what to tell David. So back to Ecclesiasticus 47 in verse 3. It says, he played with lions as with kids, and with bears as with lambs, right? So it's going into the Most High putting the spirit of might on him, right? Which, is one of our fruits, one of our spiritual gifts, rather, right? You read about other figures doing this, namely, since we're reading Judges, you read about Samson, right? Out of the tribe of Dan, having a spirit of might, be able to do things that we would consider miraculous, right? Supernatural. But that's the power that we have when we tap into the Holy Spirit, as it opens up other parts of our brain, activates our bodies where we're doing things with our body that we always had that power to do. It's just been latent because of our sin. We're not living as long, we're not as strong as we could be, among other things, right? These abilities are just waiting to be tapped into, but it takes what a righteous spirit to what be eligible to even begin dealing with those particular chambers. So 1 Samuel chapter 17. 1 Samuel chapter 17. (34) down to 37. This is earlier on, back when David was just a shepherd for his father, Jesse, and he's going before King Saul saying, we can take out this Goliath. We're going to read about in the next verse in Ecclesiasticus. But here's what he says as far as his experience, his qualification to what go against this Philistine and how he can do it, whereas other men were fearful at the time, right? Didn't want to put themselves out there because Goliath, he was a mighty man, a mighty warrior, right? Tall, big, right? So 1 Samuel chapter 17 and 34, it says, and David said unto Saul, who was king, thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion and a bear, and I took a lamb out of the flock, 35, and I went out after him and smote him and delivered it out of his mouth. And when he arose against me, I caught him by his beard and smote him and slew him. That servant slew both the lion and the bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be as one of them, saying he hath defied the armies of the living God. Because he was boasting and cursing at us, wishing ill will upon the children of Israel. Right? You read about him doing it, it says he did it for 40 days and nights. There's another little trivia. People say, what are all the areas of the scriptures where it talks about 40 days and nights? We always think it's just of Noah and the ark, right? That's the main one. But there's other instances throughout the scriptures where you read about 40 days and nights, certain things happening, right? And there's other ones too. Verse 37, David said, moreover, the Lord, or Yahweh, had delivered me out of the paw of the lion and out of the paw of the bear. He would deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine. And Saul said unto David, go, and the Lord be with thee, or Yahweh be with thee. I think in the Hebrew it's like Yahweh, Yahweh, Amka, something like that. So Saul wished him well in this pursuit against this uncircumcised Philistine. So here's this evidence that the brothers who wrote Ecclesiasticus are referring back to. And then we go into one of David's Psalms. We can read about this power that he was given through the Spirit of the Most High. One of my favorite Psalms, Psalms 18, where he talks about it. So Psalms 18, Psalms 18 and verse 29. And I'll jump down and also read 33 and 34. So this is Psalms 18 and verse 29, which reads, and this is David talking, he says, for by thee, referring to the Most High, I have run through a troop, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. So when he had the Holy Spirit on him with that spirit of might, he was able to run through a troop. So a whole troop, a regiment of soldiers in warfare, he said he was able to run through them just himself, right? So that's the power that he had. It says, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. So he's given abilities to jump super far, right? It's like something you would see in like one of these Marvel movies everyone talks about, right? That people watching now and go, oh yeah, these guys got superpowers. They had some kind of accident or they were born with their gifts, they're mutants, right? But no, we have that power in us, right, to tap into. It's just we all tap into different aspects of the spirit as we are called into this truth again. And you even have people that are in the world of our people and other heathen that may have certain gifts or talents also. But these things can be multiplied, sevenfold when you're dealing with the Most High's righteousness. When the Holy Spirit is with you, you can open up more aspects of these gifts. Verse 33, it says, He maketh my feet like hinds' feet. He setteth me upon my high places. So, like, he had feet like a hind, like a deer. So, same way deers are swift and they can shift and move directions, right? And move fast on different terrain. That's how he was able to move. And it also says in verse 34, He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. So imagine that kind of power where you're taking something like steel, right? Hardened metal, right? But now you have the strength in you to now bend that steel. So it's the power that we have access to, right? If it be the Most High's will, right? And if we're following the Most High's will, He can give us that power among other things, right? And we see David had this as we're reading about him now.
Yeah, I mean, I would even go to say everyone has a gift, as opposed to, I mean, to further saying that they may. Everyone has a gift, but not everyone tapped into it and exercised it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I was saying may. It's like if you say may, that means possibly, but everyone has a gift. As opposed to may have a gift, everyone undistinctively have a gift, but not everyone get to exercise it because of their lack of belief.
Yeah, come.
How do one know what the gift is?
Sometimes it's just shown to you through the Spirit. You just know. Other times you might be brought through some sort of experience. It could be a hardship too. And then you come into it that way and you realize, wow, I was able to do this to help this person or solve this situation or this problem. And you say, wow, let me try to encourage this or nurture this thing, whatever it is. When we read in the New Testament, 1 Corinthians 12, Romans 12, Ephesians 4, it talks about, gives you some examples of what those spiritual gifts are, right? That we have that are latent, right, in all of us. But once again, it's got to be a combination of you following the Most High's will and then the Most High, His will to bestow that upon you to where now you tap into it. Now you can realize what it is, either just through revelation or through experience, and then you grow it from there, right? And those chapters talk about certain examples, like might be the gift of tongues, or might be certain wisdom or certain knowledge, or gifts of healing, right? Gifts when it comes to governments, like operations, administrations of governments. What was I mentioned? Understanding diverse tongues, interpreting of tongues, prophecy, right? These are all different examples. And like we're reading here with David, even the spirit of might, right? So there's a lot of others, but those are just some ones that is touched on in those chapters. But like I said, that's its own lesson to kind of go into all those and what they mean and what it means to tap into those.
Another way also is anything that frustrates you to the point where it doesn't seem a problem to anybody around you, but it frustrates you. That might be your calling to find a solution to that situation. Anybody don't see it the same way you see it, but it frustrates you to the point where you feel really, really uncomfortable. But with everybody else, it's normal. They don't see a problem with it. But to you, you can stand it.
Mm-hmm.
That means that's your calling to find a solution to it because it pretty much triggers you as opposed to everybody else around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I meant to earlier when I said you could be brought to it through a certain hardship, right? certain thing that you might be going through, and then it just comes to you, oh, let me try to resolve this. You sit down and try to work through it, and you come to your gift that way. You find out you have a certain ability or a talent, and then you go and you say, okay, let me try to water this like you water a plant and grow it. So back in Ecclesiasticus 47 and verse 4, it says, slew he, going back to David again, slew he not a giant when he was yet but young? So when you read on in that chapter of 2 Samuel 17, that's what happens, right? And did he not take away reproach or shame from the people when he lifted up his hand with the stone and the sling and beat down the boasting of Goliath? Right, so 47 and 4. 1 Samuel chapter 17. The whole chapter is good, but you could just highlight 49 through 51. So 1 Samuel chapter 17. 49 and to 51. Like I said, you can read above and below to get the fuller story, but I'm just going to read the highlight. It says, and David put his hand in his bag and took thence a stone and slung it and smote the Philistine in his forehead, that the stone sunk into his forehead and he fell upon his face to the earth. 50. So David prevailed over the Philistine with a sling and with a stone and smote the Philistine and slew him. But there was no sword in the hand of David. And this is funny because this is the part of the story they tend to not talk about a lot, right? We always hear about the stone and the sling. And it's just to show someone much smaller compared to Goliath taking on someone much bigger and larger, right? And, proven for war and combat, just to show the power of the Most High, how he can even the odds and even overcome the odds, right, that we are up against. Right, when we look at his story, and you would think for someone like Goliath of his size and stature and strength, what could a young shepherd boy with just a stone and a sling do, right? But this just shows the power of the Most High and what he can do when he's on our side, when we follow his will and when his will is with us. It says in verse 51, therefore David ran and stood upon the Philistine and took his sword and drew it out of the sheath thereof and slew him and cut off his head therewith. And when the Philistines saw their champion was dead, they fled. So he took, I see your hand. Let me just finish this real quick. So he took his sword, cut his head off with his own sword, Goliath's sword. And then, like we see, we can do in battle, you cut the head off and you show the enemy, right? So that they can behold and flee. Just to show that the Most High is dealing with us, and Most High is the one that helped us take out your champion that was boasting all these days.
But when you also look at Proverbs 20:27, David understood his ability and skill, and he believed in himself that he could do it. Before he even go against Goliath, he had already thought in his heart that was an easy fight, and he believed he can beat Goliath.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a product of his attitude before he even went to the fight. So as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So we look at Caleb. He went to the promised land, but the first spy that they sent to the promised land, when they came back, the report that they give, automatically, or they already convinced in their heart that they could not fight those people.
Mm-hmm.
So they said, we are like grasshoppers in their mind. How would you know that? It's already, you put that in your head. Did they tell you that? No. They put it in their head that they like grasshopper. Automatically, you can fight because you already defeated before you even fight. Mm-hmm. David, with his experience fighting lions, fighting those beasts, So he put all that into practice. He said there's no difference between those lions and this guy. And the same technique that I apply and with the skill that the Most High blessed me with, this guy is already done. While people cannot see it, but I already see this guy's finished.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he believed it before he even went to confront Goliath. So as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So the way you think about yourself from the get-go, already to show that if you have limiting belief about yourself or how you're gonna go into the fight and how you're gonna win.
Come. When you read, I mentioned it earlier about the spiritual gifts, and you asked that question earlier, Manasha, about how you know what they are. A great place to start is those fruits of the spirit, right? Even though they're their own thing, they can be looked at as gifts also. And it mentions even in 1 Corinthians 12 about the gift of faith by that same spirit, right? Just to go along with what Gahan Bakwad is talking about as far as, you know, how faith without works is dead, right? You need faith before you can act on certain things. So that's a great place to start. Look at the spiritual gifts that the Most High has blessed you with, whether it be faith, whether it be patience, or experience when it comes to certain things, right? Or humility, right? Those fruits of the spirit are excellent things. When you build on those in turn will give rise to certain spiritual gifts that you can tap into that you can use for the edification of Israel. Remember that too, because it's not about showing off. Because the disciples, they're talking about, they were talking to Christ saying, we have power to call fire from heaven, like, our forefathers and stuff. And Christ had let them know, like, okay, look, we have all the, you have this power that's in you, but we didn't come to destroy men's lives. We came to save men's lives. So these gifts that are bestowed upon you, make sure you use these for the edification of the body, right? To teach the people, right? To convert them, right? That should be the why behind these gifts that you have, right? It's not just a thing of showing off and, showing up before the other nations. Like, yeah, look at the Most High is dealing with us. Use these things to help.
And the main key importance to the gift is to know where the gifts come from, right? Where the gifts come from, the ability, where it comes from. Mm-hmm. So David understood his gift come from the Most High by Hashem Yahushua, and anything that he's gonna do, he cannot do it without Yahushua. And what was this guy doing against the Most High? He was blaspheming the name of the Most High. So David said, I'm gonna take you down, right? In the name of the Most High, because if I ever give that represent the Most High, and you blaspheming against the Most High, I'm gonna take you up based on the name of the Most High. So that's where David differentiates himself from anybody else in the world that may have a gift and they think it's based on their own ability.
If you could read James 1:17 on that, I'm not sure that's what you're referring to. If you could read that, Baba Kushan.
You say James?
Yeah, chapter 1 and verse 17. It backs that up. Oh, man.
James 1 in verse 17. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above and cometh down from the Father of light, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning.
Right. So just to back up what you were just saying.
Right. So you have to know the source of your gift, where it comes from. So with that, you're gonna use it based on righteousness and justice,
mm-hmm.
and to keep the name of the Most High from being defamed or from any sort of corruption.
And that goes for even our people and the heathen that are in the world that have certain gifts and talents too. Whether they want to acknowledge that or not, it still comes from the Most High. The question is, how are you using those gifts and in whose name? Right? So let's make sure we keep that in mind too. Because like we always talk about, people have power on the left-hand side as well to increase their gifts. But that's not how we're supposed to use the gifts the Most High gives us. We're supposed to use them for righteousness, right? Those that do that shall have their reward.
Right.
And the second precept to that verse is important too, because it's a good scripture link up with the famous Malachi 3:6, which tells us what the Most High. There's no changing with him, right? Meaning the Most High's principles, right? His values, those things don't bend. Because people try to say, "Oh, the Most High, he's different. He changes, right?" Once he said this, then he said that. No, it's all based on our actions, right? If we have a change of values, right, that the Most High approves of, as far as the commandments we follow, the fruit of the Spirit we apply, then you'll see the Most High say, "Okay, because you guys said this now or did this, now the judgment's going to be different." But that's not the Most High change. That's us making a change, and the Most High upholding the values He's always upheld, but based on our change to either do better or do worse.
To your point, yeah, even Goliath,
Mm-hmm.
he had a gift to take people down.
Mhm.
But the only thing is the gift from above, but now what jurisdiction that he hold that power to, not the Most High, right? He probably some other spirit, some other gods that he followed. In this case, David went high up above him and was able to defeat them because there's no power that is higher than the Most High, right? So Goliath, in his limited belief, because his power was not directed, as it come from the Most High. So therefore, he had limited power to even go against David. David understood where his power come from, and he was able to override his power.
Come. So this is Psalms also. Psalms 87, because you'll see this sometimes, where certain brothers, they'll see other nations, right? They'll be, famous for a certain gift of talent, even in this time. And they'll say, "Oh, they got to be an Israelite on their father's side," even though you may look at them and think that they're heathen. They got to be Israel because look how they're able to speak. Look what they're able to do. Look at this, this talent that they had, right? They got to be Israel. We'll see that, right? Not necessarily like we're talking about now. The other nations got theirs, but who can compare it to us? Like you said, David was set us above Goliath because what? David was dealing with, what do we call him? The Most High God. It's in the title, Most High God, Ha'aliyawan in the Hebrew, right? So, it's pretty much a game of my God's stronger than your God, right? Who's got the stronger God? That's what it's always been from then till now. I always like to go to this psalm to point this out, to say, look, the heathen can have their shiners, right? The heathen can have their, strong ones, their mighty ones, their wise ones. But can it compare pound for pound for all the ones that come out of God's people? So here's Psalms 87. I guess I can read the whole song. This is just a small psalm. Psalms, did I say 87? What did I say before? I'm not sure if I got the number switched, if I said 78, but Psalms 87, right? It says a psalm or song for the sons of Korah. It says his foundation is in the holy mountains. I know for the brothers that tribe of Benjamin, they have like a lot of certain songs that they quote this psalm, right? About his foundation is in the holy mountains. I'm not sure if y'all can probably put that in the chat, right? It says in verse 2, the Lord or Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, right? Like we were talking about before, the dwellings of Zion, the Most High's mountain, which is associated with us as a people. And that's where the temple was built. 3, glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God, Salah. It's funny, they had this movie that came out, it was really popular, like I think in the late 90s, early 2000s, called City of God, right? And it was a story of this young brother. He was a photographer down there in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. He's going through, talking about living his life in poverty down there, and he found a gift of being able to take good photographs. And he kind of used that to kind of tell a story about the people he grew up with and his friends, and he used that to become like a professional. But it kind of goes through his struggles growing up in Rio and some of the people he grew up with. And there's this friend he had named Lil Zeke. He was like became like this famous like mobster down there in Rio. But it's kind of ironic, right? Looking at our people under the curse down there in Rio, Brazil, and the movie's called City of God. So, if you guys didn't see it, you can look it up if you don't remember it. But yeah, we are the city of God. That's who we are. So how ironic it being, that title, that movie for our people down there struggling, because it would seem ironic that title. You look at the movie and what it's about, and you go there now, it's the same thing, right? People struggling down there with the curses, just like anywhere you find Israel not keeping the commandments, right? Dealing with oppression, dealing with poverty, right? Now, here's the thing. It says in verse 4, I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon. Rahab here is just referring to Egypt or Mizraim. Like we're talking about in the Tuesday class, we went into the sons of Ham. We were talking about that this past Tuesday. We were going into Mizraim being the forefather of the Egyptians, right? So he says, I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon, which is Cush, or what we now call Ethiopia, right? But the original name was Cush or Kawash, which you can ask them or call them Cush, and they'll still acknowledge it, right? Once again, going into how every nation, even the old nations like Africa, because even Esau will say, began in Africa. But even the Hamites, their name Ham is a Hebrew name, right? Everyone had a Hebrew name first when you go into their history. So that's the first language. It says, to them that know me, behold, Philistia, that's another family, the Philistines, they came out of Mizraim too. You look at the table of nations. And Tyre and with Ethiopia, this man was born there. So they had their mighty ones. As you read on during the time of David, his mighty men, they were fighting against other mighty men besides Goliath, right? You had other guys that came out of these Hamite nations that were tall, that were, built, strong, notable warriors. And the Most High gave us the edge even over them. And even before them, too, like you were talking about, going even back to Caleb, which you read a couple Sabbaths ago, we read about Caleb triumphing over the Hamites during his time, right? To take over and to establish Judah in the south part of Canaan to make it our own. The sons of Arba. You had this Hamite named Arba who was really mighty too, kind of like Goliath during David's time. That, like you said, the other spies said, oh, they were like grasshoppers, they'll squash us. Whereas him and Joshua said, no, we got this. We can take it. The Most High is with us. Right. And we see that they have an everlasting memorial because they stood on the faith of the Most High. And then they end up getting that lion's share of the inheritance because of that faith, right?
So some see giants, some see victory.
Mm-hmm.
Two same scenario, two different thinking.
Right. Khan. Like the class, I think you mentioned that last night, Khan Samak, as far as the looking at the water in the glass, right? Instead of looking at the water that's not in the glass. It's easy to look at the glass and say, look how much water is not in this glass. But then the other person looks at, well, look at the water that's in the glass. Look what I can do with that. It's the same glass of water, but like you just said, it's two different outlooks. So I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to make to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there. And here's the difference. Verse 5, and of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. So yeah, the other nations, they're going to have their people. They're mighty ones. They're wise ones, right? They're ones that, have wealth or riches or are able to perform when it comes to, sports, athletics, right? Or innovate certain things, science, technology. Okay, they're going to have that. But pound for pound, when it comes to them versus us, we're going to be on that next level. And look at how much we put out there, even under the curse. That's why I say, even under the curse, Israel's a problem, right? Even under the curse, Israel is a great people, right? And we have great feats. But when we follow the Most High, we go from being just great to being unstoppable, right? Because we're meant to be unstoppable as a people. But we haven't seen that in so long. Now we just read about it in scriptures and just, we hope and say, wow, this is what we did. Can we do that again? One more verse and we'll go back. Oh, sorry, 2 more verses. 6, the Lord shall count when he had written up the people that this man was born there, Salah. Then it says, as well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in thee. Right? So we're like a wellspring of talent and gifts and contribution. Right? Not just, like I know, what's the word? I know, Kanye, he's probably, laugh when we read this chapter. But, he always will say, Esau's cool as long as you just run, sing, dance, and play, Negro. Run, sing, dance, and play. As long as you do that, you're cool with us. And as long as we're making a profit. And we're that, and we're so much more than that too, right? We're supposed to look at also for low and high level decision making, counsel, and guidance, right? But only when we have the commandments with us. Otherwise, we're just like a sock puppet or a mouthpiece for the heathen and their wisdom, their government, right? We're just become like parrots for them. We just talk all their talking points, and they go, "Oh wow, he speaks so well. She speaks so well," right? But in their pride, they're like, "Yeah, but that's our wisdom, right? They're out there pushing our wisdom and knowledge, right? Good job." So that's their pride. Whereas we're supposed to have the wisdom of the Most High that they don't have, and then pushing that, which puts us on that next level. Because you're gonna have Israel is gonna be, wise. It's gonna be at the top universities of theirs. Will be running, certain Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies, right? But in their market, in their arena, upholding their principles and excelling. And as long as you're doing that, it's like they'll say, okay, we'll give you a pass. We'll give you some attention, because in their pride, it's like all you're doing is boasting or boosting what we're about. But no, we have our own way of doing all that. And it's according to the law, the commandments, according to our own culture. Right? Not by emulating Greco-Roman culture or Moabite culture or Ammonite culture or African culture or East Indian culture, et cetera, et cetera. We have our own way. And it's the Most High's way. So yeah, back to Ecclesiasticus though. Yeah, kind of see he put it in the comments. He said the rosters like to read Psalms 87. Yeah. You always hear him sing that first verse. His foundations in the holy mountain. Anyway, Ecclesiasticus 47. I'm going to read verse 5. It says, for he called upon the Most High Lord, and he gave him strength in his right hand to slay that mighty warrior and set up the horn of his people. Right? So the Most High gave David that power to slay the mighty warrior, referring to Goliath, right? Who had his gift, right? Who the Most High made mention of. We just read in Psalms 87. He was a mighty man, but not mightier than David through the power of the Most High. And it says, set the horn of his people, right? It says, verse 6, so the people honored him with 10,000s and praised him in the blessings of the Lord, in that he gave him a crown of glory. Right? So the Most High set him on high and gave him that praise. And it's ironic, too, given the fact that, he came out of the tribe of Judah, and we see that Judah's name, when you go into it, it actually means the Most High's praise. So he was definitely representing for his tribe, but then even took it to the next level to where he even make a name for himself that we can remember to this day. And you can just link this with 1 Samuel 18 for verse 6, 47 and 6. 1 Samuel 18 and verse 7. And this would come up more than often. And we see it here end up being a thorn in David's side, this praise, because Saul was the king at this time. And all this did was fuel that spirit that Saul had, right? That unclean spirit that was tormenting him, and that was feeling that jealousy that he would end up having for David because he was the king, but then due to him not making wise decisions, right? Especially in the case of the Amalekites, Samuel the prophet told him, "Your throne's going to be taken and given to your neighbor who's better than you," right? So this is what the role that David played. Even though David was a righteous man and was righteous towards Saul, right, acknowledging him as the Lord's anointed, Saul would then seek after his life and try to take him out of position unjustly. That's why it says here in 1 Samuel 18:7, it says, "And the women answered one another as they played and said, Saul has slain his thousands and David his 10,000s. And it says in verse 8, "And Saul was very wroth, and the saying displeased him, and he said, They have ascribed unto David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed but thousands. And what can he have more but the kingdom?" And it says, "And Saul eyed David from that day forward." Well, that day and forward, right? So it's like, he's supposed to be, under me, my armor bearer, right? He's supposed to be someone in my army, but now he's getting more shine than me. 10,000 slain as opposed to thousands slain, right? But once again, it just shows you the power of might from then till now, for wickedness or for righteousness' sake, and how it can win the hearts and minds of the masses, right? In the case of the women here, of course, but even the men also, right? To where even men had adoration for David as well, and were excited to fight alongside him, right, to attain the victory. And power in general, unfortunately, I guess this is just a matter of the flesh, but power tends to not be acknowledged until it's exercised, right? You can talk about power, right, and say, "Oh, I have power," right? But until you really exercise it, it doesn't really get the attention or adoration it deserves. Look in the case of Moses and Pharaoh, right? He kept telling them, "Look, I'm coming on the behalf of the Most High God, right? Creator of heaven and earth, even more powerful than you, Pharaoh, right? In all your might," because at that time Egypt was the top dog, right? Top nation, kind of like how America is now. And he told Pharaoh, Most High said, "Let our people go. Let us go into the wilderness and make a feast unto him. Leave us be." And, he heard him, but it was just like, "Nah, you're not going anywhere. I don't want you to go anywhere. And plus, I said no. What are you going to do if I say no? I'm Pharaoh. I got my army. I got my people, got my riches. No, you're not going." So until the Most High demonstrated power by whipping him and his people's tail through the 10 plagues, and then, finally after the 10th plague, he said, "Finally," and then even still, they had to go out and try to get us when we crossed the Red Sea. And the Most High had to demonstrate that power again by splitting the sea for us. And then when him and his people came, we were out of the sea, and then they got in the sea. Most High said, "Oh, okay." Brought the waters back together. So it's like it took all of that for the Egyptians to say, "Damn, all right, don't mess with them and their God." So he had to demonstrate that power. Just like we talk about out there when we teach at camp or one-on-ones or in little small groups. Christ is coming back. The power of Christ is coming. All his prophecies happen according to the scriptures. They hear us, but it's just like, yeah, it sounds good. Like you were talking about, right? Yeah. Everybody's been talking about, God's coming back. Okay, fine. Yeah, but all right, earthquakes, we've been had earthquakes. Disease, we've been had diseases. Okay, big deal. But until the sky is literally falling, until you see there's a big black man in the sky stand on top of a daggone UFO, right? With thousands with him, thousands of UFOs with him. Then it's like, oh, right? Then they're going to acknowledge it. But as long as we're talking about it, it's just like, whatever.
Because we've been pushed with the bounce back syndrome. Like we're always gonna bounce back.
Mm-hmm.
The economy gonna always bounce back, right? Like every day, stocks go up, stocks go down. It's gonna go down, but even when it's going down, hey, you can still make some money, right? Hey, we had the Black Plague before, we had smallpox, we had all these things before. We bounced back, right? So what you got to talking about, like it's the end of the world, like things is about to come to an end. Nah, man, we always bounce back. That was the theme. But the Most High is lately in the past 6 months to a year, I've seen the narrative a bit change, where folks realize and say all empires came to an end at some point. Every last great empire came to an end. Is this the ending of this empire and the beginning of another one, right? And then who is that next one, right? So you got these four thinkers who are looking to plan and see, just like how we look at, we try to gauge the market, like, Manashah does, and he starts to, think ahead and see what new things is coming into play so that I can go and invest in that. Well, that's how what other people are doing. Like, is it going to be China? Is it going to be Russia? Right? So that I can now start strategically align myself with the right people. Because if this is going to go out, it's going to go out. I gotta leave here. I gotta go somewhere else. I gotta shift my money. Whatever I need to do, I can do that. But it's starting to now change in the narrative of this might be the downfall of this kingdom. I'm going to look at a little bit more keenly on how these things are starting to trickle down and its prophecy come to pass.
Yes, that's a 12 point. Because, like you said, they just think it's just a shift, but that the show will go on, right? They say, "Oh, America is the new Britain, China is the new America, Africa is the new China," right? It's just going to be a trickle down, the second and third, as the second and third world becomes the first world, they'll give rise to another second and third world to be the new, production base. But it's just like, how long will this thing really go on according to the truth? Not as long as how they perceive it. So Ecclesiasticus 47. It says, "For he destroyed the enemies on every side and brought to naught the Philistines, his adversaries," showing that the nations are our enemies, "and break their horn in sunder unto this day." So for verse 7, 2 Samuel chapter 5, a good chapter to read as a whole to get this history, but I'm just going to read one verse. 2 Samuel chapter 5. Hold on one second. Am I in the right place? Yeah, 2 Samuel 5, and you can just read no, the whole chapter. But I guess for just the section that we want, you can just read from 6 down to about 10. That just going into us taking on the capital city. But you read throughout these chapters, it goes into the conflicts that David had with the different nations as we were establishing ourselves and rising up in power. We took over Israel, but then we even started to deal with the nations round about us too. So yeah, so 2 Samuel 5, 6 to 10, but you can read the whole chapter though. Anyway, it says, I'll move on. So 47 and verse 8, it says, "In all his works he praised the Holy One Most High with words of glory, With his whole heart he sung songs and loved him that made him. Right? So countless songs we can read about in the Psalms accredited to David, right? He didn't write all the songs, but he wrote the majority of them, right? Like you'll see at the top of most Psalms, it'll say a Psalm of David or a Miktam of David, right? And then even based on the thing that's in the Psalm, you can get context where you're reading about things that happened during his time, right? During his reign, when he was in the earth, which was like around 1000 BC, right around that time period, right? That was our the beginning of our, as they say, our golden age, right? This is when Israel was the top force on the earth, just like how America is the top force now. That was when we were the top force on earth around 1000 BC, right? From him going into his son Solomon, who we're going to read about. It says, verse 10, he beautified their feasts and set in order the solemn times until the end, that they might praise his holy name, and that the temple might sound. Oh, wait a minute. I skipped the verse. Verse 9, Salakia. It says, he set singers also before the altar, that by their voices they might make sweet melody and daily sing praises in their songs, right? So he took the Levites, right, who were already joined unto the Most High, and he kind of did like today what we call like arrangements and composition, right? We have like a conductor, and they'll like do sheet music, and they'll write music for different sections, right? We'll have music written for the woodwind section, right? Your clarinets, your flutes, your oboes. And we'll do a section for our brass instruments like our oboes, our trombones, our trumpets, right? So he would do like arrangements for the singing and for the instruments that they had, right? So that they could sing praises unto the Most High, right? So just even more glory given to Levi in this regard, to be arranged in this way so that they could sing praises unto the Most High, because they already had the priesthood. So now we can have them sing praises unto the Most High also. And he had this as just a profession, right? Yeah, he had this as a profession that Israel would just have, that Israel would carry out, namely these particular families that came out of Levi. This is First Chronicles 16. I'll just read 4 to 6. As you read down, it goes into other details. But First Chronicles 16 and 4, it says, and he, referring to David, appointed certain of the Levites to minister before the ark of Yahweh. Because remember, this is before the temple was built, but we're starting to establish ourselves, right? It says to minister before the ark of the Lord, or the ark of the covenant, and to record and to thank and praise the Lord God of Yahweh power of Israel. It says in verse 5, Asaph the chief. That's why you see a lot of psalms accredited to Asaph, right? It says Asaph the chief, and next to him Zechariah, Jeiel, and Shemiramoth, and Jehiel, and Mattathiah, and Eliab, and Benaiah, and Obed-Edom, and Jael with psalteries and with harps, but Asaph made a sound with cymbals. It says Benaiah also and Jehaziel the priests with trumpets continually before the ark of the covenant of God. Right? So it's part of the duty that they had to sing these praise unto the Most High with the musical arrangements.
You could add First Chronicles 15, 16 and 22 with that as well. Goes into a little bit more members of the band, orchestra, choir, whatever you want to call them.
Come to link with 9. So what was that again?
First Chronicles 15, 16 and 22.
So we got First Chronicles 16, 4 to 6, and 15. 16 to 22. Mm-hmm. So I think about I know you brothers can relate, Pakwawa Manasha, the kumpa, you know, because if anything, kumpa might be a call back to you know, the songs that your ancestors used to sing before the Most High, right?
Kumpa.
So
Why you sing Kumpa?
so Ecclesiasticus 47, it says in verse 10, he beautified their feasts and set in order the solemn times until the end. They might praise his holy name, and that the temple might sound from morning. The Lord took away his sins and exalted his horn forever. He gave him a covenant of kings and a throne of glory in Israel. So check that out. The Lord took away his sins and exalted his horn forever, right? So just showing that even then, even though it was before Christ, it was Most High was trying to demonstrate what? Or show us or teach us about the fruits of the Spirit, even back then during the time of the quote unquote Old Testament, right? Just like we can look at Abraham's character and we can learn faith about what Abraham went through and the choice that he made when dealt with certain situations. We can learn from David the importance of grace and mercy, right? How he demonstrated grace and mercy with others. And then when he made his error, his mistake, grace and mercy was shown towards him, right? So we can see that when we look at the story of David as a very important lesson.
At the same time, also, to add on what you said, he did not, like David, just like everybody else, had shortcomings and things that he didn't do correctly, like he was supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where Nathan came in. Most I placed Nathan in the midst of this whole thing. Every time a mistake is made, Nathan would approach David courteously and tell him, listen, that's not how it's supposed to go. Based on my insight and wisdom, his eyes should go, or his eyes should go. Correct them in measure. But still, being the king, sometimes you wouldn't imagine somebody approach the king and tell him anything. But he would have to have the spirit of the Most High to know that what he's going to tell him is not based on, his own, it'll tell you motives, but based on what the Most High placed him there for that purpose. To help David, keep fixing, where he went wrong. Even confronted David when David, tried to plan to kill the guy and put him in the army. Right. So because the Most High had already prophesied that Solomon, and then David was trying to do things and put other sons, but the Most High already planned it. And Nathan was there to keep things in line, help him, keep things in line. So if you read like in 2 Samuel chapter 12, right, where he confronted David on certain situations.
Come. Just to go back into your notes, we're just pointing back to the link we pulled for verse 1 in 2 Samuel 12 as you read down. That chapter, like you just said, perfect for showcasing Samuel and that, like you said, that important role he would play for David's sake. And we can learn from that. And you see other prophets or other confidants in the king, whoever was in charge. You see that method being used a lot, where they use narrative or parable or story to communicate certain things to the king, so it doesn't come off a certain way, or that the king can receive it and be like, all right, I'll take heed. This has got me even thinking about, I think even Joab would do that with David, later. We're going to tell him a certain story. There was a means for him to kind of communicate to him. It's a touchy situation, right? So the king could receive it and doesn't come off as him as being, abrasive, right? Or trying to dictate, to him, how he should exercise his authority. Because anytime you bring a message to someone, regardless of your stature or their stature, the excellency of that communication is that your message is received, right? If you can get it to be received to that other party, right? That's where the artistry comes in, right? How do I get my message to be received to whoever my audience may be, whether I'm an adult communicating to children, or if I'm, a servant or an employee low on a totem. I'm trying to communicate to the program manager or chairman of the board a certain thing that's an issue. How do I communicate this in a way that I know what I'm trying to say is received and understood by my audience? So we see that in the scriptures. So yeah, Ecclesiasticus 47. It says, reading on in verse 12, after him rose up a wise son, and for his sake he knew at large. So now we're going to shift gears and talk about his son Solomon, right? Who would carry on this golden age of Israel, right? Where the way the Most High set it up is really solid, because there wasn't a need for him to, compete with his dad, right? Because they just played different roles, right? While David was that man of war to gather the raw materials for the temple, right? And for Israel to be built up into the great empire, great kingdom, Solomon would be that man of peace, right? That would take the wealth and riches that his father got through war and conflict and different things like that, and use it to build the temple and to build up Israel, to take them into that next stage. So they would play just different roles, right? You have David, the man of war, where you have Solomon, the man of peace, right? So he would pretty much pick up where David left off, and where David, brought that destruction to our enemies. Solomon will be the one to construct and build up the nation of Israel going forward, right? And it says in verse 13, Solomon reigned in a peaceful time and was honored, right? Even his name, Shalom, in Hebrew means peaceable, right? That's where we get Shalom from, right? Shalom. Or we say Yerah Shalom, right? Or Yerawah Shalom, which means Jerusalem or city of peace. So anytime you see that Shalom or Salem, like you see that in the name of a place, it usually means peace. It says, and was honored, for God made all quiet round about him, that he might build an house in his name and prepare his sanctuary forever. So he's the one that established peace. You can write down 1 Kings. 1 Kings chapter 4. First Kings chapter 4. I'll read 25. Which 1 Kings 4 and 25, it reads, you can link this with 47 and 13. 1 Kings 4 and 25. It says, and Judah and Israel dwelled safely, every man under his vine, under his fig tree, from Dan even to Beersheba, all the days of Solomon. So when you see that every man dwelling under his vine and under his fig tree, you see that wording, that expression, that usually signifies what? A time of peace that we had, right? You can see this also mentioned in the time of the Maccabees, right? When we had a time of peace for a period, but it was a period nonetheless during the time of Simon called Thasai, right? One of the Maccabean brothers, right? Brother to Judas and Jonathan. They said every man sat under his vine and fig tree during the time that they had power, right? After the conflicts they had with the Greeks. And you even read about this too in the kingdom, right? I think it's the book of Micah talks about this, and the kingdom going forward. It says in the kingdom, men are going to sit under their vine, under their fig tree also. So, quiet is the first step, but now peace is what solidifies it, right? Because, quiet is just the beginning. It just means, okay, you have dominion. But the only way you can really truly have peace and it can go forward is if you have dominion, but then you exalt righteousness at the same time. Otherwise, your quiet is going to be short-lived, right? Over time, it's going to be given over to someone else. Just like we read in First Maccabees chapter 1, it talks about when Alexander took power, which was prophesied before it even happened by Daniel, right? In a vision. And Ezra also. But it says how the earth was quiet before him, right? Then it talks about how his heart was lifted up. And he would give it over to his generals that came after him, right? His 4 generals. They would all have a piece of that rulership. Then that tells you evils were multiplied in the earth, which pretty much let us know that even though the Greeks had their time in the sun, their time in the sun will come to an end. Because, yeah, they achieved quiet, but they couldn't establish peace because the principles upon which they governed were not the principles of the Most High God. It goes for any kingdom, including ours. But reading on in Ecclesiasticus 47 and 14, it says, "How wise wast thou in thy youth, and as a flood filled with understanding. Thy soul covered the whole earth, and thou fillest it with dark parables," right? Or dark sayings. It says, "Thy name went far into the islands, and for thy peace thou was beloved." It says, "The countries marveled at thee for thy songs and proverbs and parables and interpretations," right? So from 14 down to 17, all this is pretty much recapping what we read in 1 Kings 4, but a little bit further down, which 1 Kings 4, I'll start from about 29 down to the end. 29 down to 34 talks about this, right? So 1 Kings 4 and 29, it says, "And God or power gave Solomon wisdom and understanding exceeding much, and largeness of heart," which is your mind, right? You go into the Hebrew, the word is lab. It says, "even as the sand that is on the seashore." So same way when you try to count sand on the beach, you can't do it because there's so much sand, right? So many pebbles of sand, you can't count it all. Trying to count like every single star, right? Because there's so many, you just can't count them. That's like how Solomon's wisdom was. Like we were talking about earlier about gifts, how we all have a potential we can tap into. They say, as above, so below, right? You hear that in the world. But yeah, there's similarities to things we see above that we see on this level, and even like inside of us, right? Like they talk about outer space, but they talk about like your inner space, right? How you're going even inside your body and how we're wonderfully made. And us knowing the truth, we know we're made in the Most High's image. We can go into our brain and look at how our brain is situated, right? And our brain stem and our the neurons that we have. It's almost like you're looking at the constellations in the sky, right? So it's only fitting that those things would be compared one to another. But it says, "Even as the sand that is on the seashore," 30, "and Solomon's wisdom excelled the wisdom of all the children of the east country and all the wisdom of Egypt," right? That's a heavy verse there, especially for today's learned ones, right? Because everyone boasts about, and they do, like we just read in Psalms 87, right? All the nations, they had their mighty ones, their wise ones, right? In certain things, certain aspects, right? They have their gifts. Of course, they don't acknowledge the Most High when it comes to those gifts, but they have them. So we talk about the East Country, right? We talk about India and China, right, and Japan, how they have their different things that they dealt with as far as understanding of certain principles about nature and spirit and energy and all that kind of stuff, right? And contributions to science, right? Even before Esau decided to call it science. So yeah, we can talk about all that, but it says Solomon's wisdom excelled even that. Then it says all of Egypt too, because Egypt is one of those countries too, even to this day, that's acknowledged for all the mighty things and feats they were able to achieve, right? When it comes to science, engineering, construction, right, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, we look at their spiritual beliefs, we see they were bankrupt in that regard, right? But they had power, right? They had understanding. But even with all that, Solomon exceeded that. So what did Solomon know, right? What did Solomon tell us about what rooted him? And we know he made it very clear in it's only fitting that we always quote that scripture at the end of Ecclesiastes of making many books, there is no end. And much study is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep the commandments. This is the whole duty of man. So even he would say that after sitting down with the likes of the wise men of the East and the wise men of Egypt and other places that, had great civilizations and understanding. Even just talking with them, he realized, unless you got the commandments, you're lost in the sauce, right? You're always going to hit some kind of ceiling, right? Unless you're the Most High as your baseline. He says here also in 31, for he was wiser than all men, than Ethan the Ezrahite, and Heman, and Calcol, and Darda, the sons of Mahol. These are other wise men during David's time. During Solomon's time, and probably David's too, depending on how old they were, right? So, of course, Solomon's the focus, but it wasn't just him, yet other men too that are wise in other aspects too. And it mentions a couple of them here by name, right? So these are also notable brothers that had wisdom, right? Ethan and Heman and Calcol and Darda. It says in 32, and he spake 3,000 proverbs, and his songs were 1,005, right? So, another temptation, right? Making many books, there's no end, because, you might have other books out there that are credited to Solomon, right? And they'll say, oh, I see you got the Song of Solomon, but we found the Songs of Solomon in some crypt. Oh, look at this. Or we got the Testament of Solomon over here, and you start reading about it. It's just like, I think I see why this was taken out the Bible. This is talking about Solomon doing some left-handed stuff. I don't know if I can trust this, right? Because you got the people on the left-hand side. You got this book called the Testament of Solomon, dealing with like some kind of occult stuff where he's like calling upon spirits and stuff, and he's got this this ring of power. Sound familiar, right? Like you're watching Lord of the Rings, right? So you gotta be careful. There's a lot of books out there about Solomon trying to explain, what the Bible doesn't explain. But Solomon made it very clear. No, it's in the commandments of God. That's how I got this wisdom, right? It's not through these other means you think you have to go to. That's why it says he was wiser than these other nations that dealt with those things, like the nations in the East or Egypt. And there's a reason why it's not in the Bible, right? We have just what we need right here in this book to build a foundation on. All those other things will be revealed to us in the kingdom, the things that we were missing. But the wisdom I always put out there is, knowledge would seek out the books that are missing, right? That the Bible even mentions, right? That aren't part of the Bible. But wisdom would say, before we try to seek out the books that are missing out the Bible, why not use wisdom and say, do we even understand what's already here? Let's look at what's right here. Just like people, will ask, I've gotten that question before, right? Friends will say, I see you guys deal with the Bible and stuff, but, what about, outer space? What about, life on other planets, like, you guys, consider that? And it's just like, yeah, sure. Could the Most High, created life on other worlds? Who knows? But what good is it me trying to seek those things out? We haven't even figured out how to live life right here on the earth. I always get the same response. Yeah, it does make sense here. Like, stuff's a mess here. So we're so worried about, space exploration and going up and above, which we know the prophecy and the scriptures, that Esau fits that bill. But knowledge will seek those things out, but wisdom will ask the question or beg the question: what profit is there going out there when things are a mess right here on earth? Let's try to figure this out first, and then talk about, okay, going above and beyond, above the clouds, if we're going to do that, or even consider just because we can, is it even useful? Right? What's the usefulness of going out there in the end? Right? I saw a couple hands. I'm not sure if it was Baquad or Manashah first, but just rock paper scissors.
The whole rush to go out there, right? In outer space. That's a whole different ballgame. At the same time, nothing happens down here without it being instituted up there in the spirit world. Mm-hmm. Nothing whatsoever. That's why when we read 1 Corinthians 2:13, we got to compare spiritual things with spiritual things, right? And when we read every day in Matthew, right, 6 and 9, that will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So the key is the order to be established as it is established in heaven. So counsel is taking place up there and then instituted down here. So that's why it's very important to understand the spiritual realm how it operates, right? Like the abstract, but based on scripture. Right? Because if you don't understand how the spiritual operates, we just focusing on activities down here, then we miss the point because we think it's all about here. But everything that is we see here, it takes place in the spiritual. Right? So that's key. That's key to understand. Spiritual thing with spiritual thing. But here it's just a microcosm of what happened in the spiritual. In the spirit, it's like an extension of the heavenly calling. So Job 9 and 24, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. Right? But the princess of this world is, Satan. Where he operates is spiritual. Right? So we gotta know that operation before we can understand, how Esau operates, right? Under direct commands of Satan.
I was gonna say that based what you were saying in terms of where, they're going out there seeking over into space, like you see Elon Musk want to build a colony on Mars, they want to live on Mars. That is the nature of Esau's spirit. He's an explorer. This is what he does. He's doing things based on how he was made. Right? So we can't be surprised they're going out there to search these things because that's their nature. Right? And they even put that in all the movies that you see all the time. It's always they come from another planet. Similarly, like even the whole history behind Superman, right? Krypton was destroyed. He needed somewhere to go to preserve, his gift and blah, blah. So he came here on Earth. Or either, when you watch the X-Men movies or the Marvel movies, it's always they coming from another planet to destroy this planet. We'll take the resources from this planet. Or to destroy people here, and then it would take the resources. It's always the same thing with Esau. It's always a mentality of exploring and conquering. So he just doing things based on his spirit, how he was made.
Come.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about what you said in terms of seeking out knowledge. I was thinking of verse Isaiah 34 and verse 16 says, "Seek out the book of the Lord and read. None of these shall fail, none shall want her mate." So it lets us know that all the knowledge that we need to know, we don't need to seek out other books. It's right here. It's right here in the scripture. You just have to have the mind to be able to seek it out, have the understanding of the Bible, and that will get everything you need to know.
Come. To you made me laugh when you mentioned the activities. I thought about the thing you used to always joke about, activities class. Activities. But and also to speak what you said, Manasha, Esau tells him himself, right? He tells him his own nature because, like you said, 9 times out of 10 with these alien invasion movies, which is kind of a joke because it's like we know the chariots, they're not aliens at all. If anything, we're the alien. They were here before us. Right? They made everything that we see now, right? They're the engineers of the heavens and the earth, and the sun, moon, and stars, and everything is on the earth. But 9 times out of 10, like you said, they're coming for resources because, like you said, the planet they come from was destroyed. There's like only one movie where I always make the joke where I say, yeah, you know what? These are probably the one group of aliens that actually look like us. Will be the had the dude from Jaws, Dreyfus, the Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where the aliens came down to jam, pretty much, right? Remember they had the ship that came down. They were doing the music, dun 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 dun, and you had like the Esau had his little thing doing music, and they started doing music back and forth, back and forth. And I said, "Well, it's probably the only time we'll get this, right?" They just came to our planet to jam, man. They wanted to hear some tunes. They played their tunes. We played our tunes. It was great, man. It was a great concert, right? It's like the only time you'll see that. Every other time, like you said, it's like, we came from a planet with a dying star. You know, the core of our planet was collapsing. So we came here to take what you have, you know, like Independence Day, or like you said, Superman, or the day the Earth stood still, Battle of Los Angeles. I think is the name is really funny on that one. The Battle of Los Angeles that came out in the 2010, I think, because it's kind of a play on words, right? Battle of Los Angeles. They came to Los Angeles to invade, but Los Angeles is Spanish for the angels, right? So it's kind of a play on words. You understand the truth. You're like, oh, I get it. Battle of Los Angeles, right? Because it's really supposed to be depicting the Alahayim coming to take back, you know, and to take back and to restore things the right way on earth, right? For God's people. When you go, you know the real meaning behind what this whole alien invasion thing is really about. But yeah, I just think it's ironic that they're always coming for resources. When if you dealt with the Most High's creation the right way according to the law, there'd be enough to go around, right? You wouldn't be dealing with all these different, droughts and famines and pestilences and all that. These things are all testament to, like Kamba Kwaliks always touch on, the mismanagement of the resources that are in the earth, right? This is all testament of that. Whereas if we were dealing with, the creation properly, not eating the unclean, eating the scavengers that's supposed to keep the waters clean or keep the earth clean, right? If we were letting the land rest every 7th year, right? We wouldn't have to, do all this GMO stuff, right, to the plants and animals. But yeah, that's another story. We can go into that. That's pretty much the point of that.
Well,
But
the big thing they're pushing now, I know global warming.
Mm-hmm.
They believe the planet is going to be destroyed because of all the stuff that the humans are doing on the planet. They're depleting the planet resources. So we have to go build a colony on Mars.
Mm-hmm.
This thing destroyed to save humanity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing about Elon Musk and all these guys that's racing to go to space. It's that whole concept they have that the planet is going to be destroyed.
Yeah, they say the CFCs, right, chlorofluorocarbons, right, that cars, factories give off, are the catalyst for the greenhouse effect, or what they used to call global warming. But even the scientists are kind of going back and forth about because they say, wait a minute, when you look at the CFCs, they only make up like 2 to 3% of what causes it, and they'll say, oh, it's the trigger of what causes the global warming or the heating up of the earth, because they say water vapor does the rest. Like 90% of the heating of the earth is really caused by the water vapor, hence why they call it the greenhouse effect. So it's like you're going to ban water vapor, right? It's going to be beyond a carbon tax, and we got a water vapor tax now, right, to try to make money off of. So yeah, there's a lot of back and forth amongst scientists as far as what's causing the heating up. But ultimately, knowing the truth of the scriptures, and like Isaiah 24 tells us, we know the sin is really the root cause of all this. That's what really caused everything to burn up for real. Even the fact that we die, right? This slow death called aging, we pretty much a global warming. We think about our body because we are oxidizing, right? That's what they call it, right? Like when metal rusts, it's pretty much the same process was happening to you when you age. But what's the root cause of you aging? Your sin, your transgression. So we are literally on fire, right? That's why we're dying so young, at 70, 80, 90 years old and thinking that we lived a life. Well, no, we're still like babies as far as the Most High is concerned at 70. But like I said, it's another tangent we can go on, but I think someone had their hand up. McGuire, you had your hand up? Okay. So yeah, we look at things from a spiritual standpoint. It just really makes a lot of these issues that they speak on just like small in comparison to the real cause, the real root problem of all this, which goes back to us not keeping the commandments, and namely Israel not keeping the commandments to be an example for everybody else. So reading on, this is 1 Kings 4. I read 29 down to 32. This is 33 and 34 to finish it up. It says, and he, Solomon, spake of trees, from the cedar tree that is in Lebanon, even unto the hyssop that springeth out of the wall. He spake also of beasts and of fowl and of creeping things and of fishes. So the Most High gave him wisdom and understanding on different aspects of the creation, right? And their glory, right? So he had his understanding, he didn't have to go and explore and be a man of the field like Esau to find these things out. The Most High just put it in him, right? For his asking, to where he would understand, even before even seeing the animal, he knew about it. And then if the animal did present itself, he could say, oh, this is this. This is what this does, right? It lives during this time. It mates during this period. It has these properties about it, right? He could just tell you what it was about. He could tell you about that thing. Then it says in 34, and there came of all people to hear the wisdom of Solomon. Book Wisdom of Solomon, right? From all kings of the earth, which had heard of his wisdom. So the men of the East Country, the men of Egypt, right? The ones everyone even to this day they boast about. Wow, look at all the wisdom that comes out of Asia, right? That Esau tried to, take and emulate now. All the wisdom that came out of Egypt, that Esau tries to take and emulate now and make his own, right? To try to repurpose it, from Elam, from Moab to Mizraim to Cush. He'll try to take all their knowledge and try to make it his own, put his own face on it, and try to take it to the next level. But all that still can't excel or compete with what Solomon was shown. Let's get more detail on this to link with 1 Kings 4, 29 and 34. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon. Even Solomon's going to tell us himself what was shown him. So Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7. Oh, for folks who don't know, Elam is the so-called East Indian or Hindus, right? Moab is the so-called Chinese. Ammon is the so-called Japanese. Mizraim is the so-called Egyptians. And Cush, the so-called Ethiopians, right? Just name a few. But these were and are, nations that have, might, strength, wisdom at different times. At certain times, they were the dominant of the earth, right? They fell out of favor at certain points, and then sometimes they came back around. But they all had their wise ones, their strong ones. So this is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 17. I'm going to read down to 21. So Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 17. It reads, for he hath given me, that he is the Most High, had given me, Solomon, certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know how the world was and the operation of the elements, right? So today we call that physics, chemistry, right? It says the beginning, ending, and the midst of times. So that's like your history, right? Your chronology. The alterations of the turning of the sun and the change of season. That's your meteorology, right? So you got people to go to school just for like one of these things, right? And just crack the surface. But that Solomon just, also I would just show them. It says the circuits of years and the positions of stars. That's your astronomy. The natures of living creatures, zoology, and the furies of wild beasts, the violence of winds, going into meteorology also, as far as understanding weather patterns. Then it says in the reasonings of men. So there's your psychology, psychiatry, right? Which is pretty much psychology with drugs. Which we know drugs are what? What does it say here? The diversities of plants and the virtues of roots. So there's your medicine, right? Medicine, medication. So he had knowledge about this too. What herbs had what power, what properties, right? And what they could be used for when they were consumed, right? Or applied to wounds or parts of the body. So Solomon is pretty much what we would call, what they today we might call a savant, right? Or a polymath, right? Where he was well versed in many different subjects, right? But even goes beyond that, because, like I said, it's coming from directly from the Most High. It's opening up his mind to understand these things. Verse 21, it says, "And all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know." I'll just stop there. But you get the idea. So this man didn't miss a beat. And they'll try to talk, greasy about him now and say, oh, we don't know if it was true, or, we don't know how much of Solomon's story is apocryphal or not. We don't even know if he was a real man or not. If he just was some kind of fable or some kind of figure. They'll try to talk about him like he don't exist, or like that he was like just some story. But the elites that are behind a lot of those stories, they know the truth about him, and they're still trying to understand what it was that he was talking about and what he contributed. So back to Ecclesiasticus 47. Ecclesiasticus 47. Let's read on in verse 18. It says, Ecclesiastes 47:18. It says, by the name of the Lord God, which is called the Lord God of Israel. I like that, because he's the God of our people. He's the God of the heavens and the earth. He created all, but he still what? Pertains himself to our people, 12 tribes. It says, thou didst gather gold as tin, and didst multiply silver as lead, right? So precious metals, right? Precious metals, and these things are still valuable even to this day, even though they try to talk around them and say, oh, it's not about that. It's about, cryptocurrency and things like that. Right. Yeah, they have those things. Those things have their value, right? It makes means of exchange much easier through technology. But at the same time, just as it was true then, it's true now. We have to look at things that have intrinsic value, right? It can't just be, numbers on a spreadsheet or in a database, right? It's actually got to be something that has value in and of itself. Just like we look at gold and silver, it's more than just things you can use to exchange commodities for. Right, you can use gold for a lot of different things, just like you can use silver for a lot of different things. Right, so there's a reason why there's a timeless, ageless value when it comes to metals like gold and silver and other metals, because other metals have other properties too. They make them valuable as well. Right, even tin and lead, even though they're easy to come by, they have their value too. They have their use also. And it's funny because with all this technology we boast ourselves of, right? Like these, laptops we're using, and these tablets and smartphones and smart watches and everything else is going to get even smaller going forward. They still rely on what? Minerals, precious metals, right? They still are made of these things that come from the earth: gold, silver, tin, lead, copper, zinc, right? Cobalt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These things that they're still going around the world, setting up puppet governments and overthrowing governments just so that they can get those minerals out of their lands. They can use it for, whatever commodities they want to make to sell to the masses for profit.
Talking about this technology, one thing that I think most people overlook or not looking at all is that being solely dependent on this technology that runs on one thing, which is the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And all it takes is just take the internet down, everything is shut down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One solar flare take down the satellite or take down some of these antennas, the entire world's in darkness.
Let's talk about it.
They just take a snap just like that. Everything is gone. Your crypto's gone, your stocks are gone, your bank account's gone. Like you said, you always gotta have a balance.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just said, as far as a tangible asset, as far as land, precious metal,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta have a little bit of that set aside, even though you might be involved in some of these digital assets.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just takes like that, you have access to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta look at both sides, like you just mentioned. It's a great thing.
I know me and Con, we have these conversations about the technology being like a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
And you just explain why. Because while it is make our lives easier,
Mm-hmm.
while it is secure as far as the blockchain and all that secure technology, like you said, solar flare or EMP, and they could say whoever called, just like look what's going on with Corona right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows how it started, right? But we just know we got to deal with it. I can see this. You can see the same thing happen in the future. They'll be arguing about who did it. It was a solar flare, right? No, it was North Korea. No, it was Iran, right? Bad guy of the month, right? Labeled the bad guy of the month. There's a reason why we don't have power on the whole eastern coast, but we'll be the ones stuck dealing with it. And the implications of something like that, you can't stress it enough. Like for first world countries, they are really screwed. And it's things you don't even think about. Like you always talk about second, third order effects, like
They're in a better position.
everything from like transportation, right, through checkpoints, to hospitals, right? People on different machines, right, that are run by these electronics. To, of course, your laptops. Most of your newer cars will be finished. Only the older like Jeeps and stuff that are like more, analog, they will be fine. But unless you got like a Faraday cage or something to put around a lot of these high-end technologies, they're going to be useless at that point. And we've seen this in New York, for example, for like a day or two, right? Blackout. But imagine months in a place like New York and just across, the whole Northeast. Imagine the whole Northeast just goes black for months. You think, your favorite show is, Contagion, or your favorite show is, Walking Dead. Like, you ain't seen nothing yet. And then, what was it? The Public Enemy. They just had an album that came out too. I'm not sure if they're saying it's predictive programming, but the album cover has it's like that thing in Arizona, like some kind of it's not a mountain, but I forget what they call it. But on the cover, it says, what you're going to do when the grid goes out. So it's just like, why'd y'all release that album around October of last year? Or I think it was like October of last year, the year before. Like, why'd you guys release that now? So, they're talking about that as, possibly being, what could be coming next. And then they have other things too, like the lady used to run the Department of Homeland Security, Napolitano. I think she was giving some kind of speech at the White House or some press conference. She's talking about all this stuff too, as far as the dangers of the power grid going down. So it's like they're talking about it, but until it's in your face, and until the news decides to talk about 24/7.
Well, you can't even get the news.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. Until the news start talking about it, it's just off people's radar. Until your radar stops working, then you got to talk about it at that point, because it's like you said, the machines are all shut down.
Right. I mean, the thing is, when we buy the narrative of technology as being computers and laptops and cell phones and things like that, we tie up to these things because technology is not computers. It's not just these things. Technology is the knowledge of applying certain things and make it effective in your environment. Right? It doesn't have to be a laptop. It's pretty much innovation. But now when we box in to think that technology is, computers, laptop, cell phone, that's not what technology is. That's what they sold you, that technology.
But it's part of it.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's an innovation. It's another way of rearrange things to make it effective and useful. But anything that is changing is a form of technology.
That's true.
Back then, you had technology back then, the way they were doing things, that was their technology. How they apply the knowledge that they have conducive to the environment and things that they discover themselves. If when we allow ourselves to be flexible, you could be in the desert, you still be able to operate because you got the knowledge of how to operate in the desert. How to operate in the land, how to operate in agricultural land when you're not dependent on these things. So you got to be flexible and don't think of technology just as computers, laptops. And once we box ourselves in, then we become dependent on all these things all over.
Oh, excellent point. And we can't emphasize what you just said enough. Even we're reading here about Solomon and his gifts that we all have potential to tap into. It's just the Most High decides, who is blessed with which gifts and for what reasons, right? But everything we just read, technology, even the word itself, right? Anytime that, logi just means the study of, and then the techno part, it just means the arts, right? So it's just the knowledge of arts and crafts. That's pretty much what technology is. So a sculptor making a sculpture, that's technology, right? A person, pushing or pulling a cinder block, that's technology, right? Like we're reading here, Solomon be able to understand certain things and applying knowledge to deal with situations. That's technology, right? So like you said, it's not just the modern application of it, but it's pretty much the study of any art. It could be, like this, we could talk about the untapped power that we have to tap into the spirit on the right hand side, like the disciples did, to heal the sick, cleanse lepers, right? To speak different languages. That's technology. It got on the left hand side too, using unclean spirit to do stuff. Remember Moses when he gets the Pharaoh's magicians, and he threw his staff down and it turned into a snake, and then the Pharaoh's magicians, they threw their staffs down and those became snakes too. But then Moses' staff ate their staffs. That's technology, right? And shows you Egyptians had power too, right? To do things that even Esau still is trying to figure out what kind of spirit were they dealing with to tap into that. Can we replicate that through just material technology, or what kind of unclean spirits were they summoning to get those abilities to do this and to build that and to move this thing around, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, all of it's technology.
The sister posted a beautiful scripture to kind of go with what the narrative was. Luke 21:36, watch ye therefore and pray always that you may be accounted worthy to escape all these things that shall come to pass and stand before the Son of Man or Yahweh Shah. So, if they cut the grid off, the internet go off, your cell phone go off, the stores are shut down, all these things is prophesied in certain forms that's going to happen throughout the earth, right? So the Most High has control over all of that, right? What we think we might be falling back on may not be something that you can fall back on. Whether you got gold, what do you want to do with your gold? What are you going to go trade it with everybody running around here trying to rob, kill, and steal? They're going to take your gold and run. You think you bartering? They out here trying to steal. So the Lord is looking at those who's going to be counted worthy enough that he can make a way for them to escape. When you read in 1 Kings 17, when the famine came, what did the Lord do? He told Elijah, look, go over there. I'm going to feed you by some ravens, right? He had no food, right? Whatever he stored up could have just wasted, right? No rain was going to come and all that just perished. So now what happens? He's pretty much asked out. All right, I got you. Go over here. I'm going to feed you. And then he went and found the sister, and the Lord provided them with food, like how Yahushua did with the fish, the 5 loaves. He did the same thing with them. So when it comes down to it, what we may think that we want to rely on as far as for tangible things, and it's the Most High, right? The Most High, we got to rely on the Most High is going to give us the insight, the spirit, the ministering, the direction, all of that of what we need to do outside of what we already have in the scriptures. Some of this stuff is going to be, some of these things is going to be a test in that day to see where you stand. If you bug out of your mind, you've been in the truth for 5 years, 10 years, and all of a sudden affliction comes. The travails happen. Jacob's trouble is wilding out. Everybody's going crazy. Where do you stand? You start bugging out in the spirit, then you're going to get caught up right with it. Or if you stand firm and you say, listen, I'm going to pray, trust in the Most High. I'm going to try to keep my garment clean. I'm not going to go out there and, start robbing and doing all this. The Lord has said, this one here is standing the course. I'm going to find a way for him or her to get through. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna either come in a vision while they're sleeping. I'm gonna give them a vision, or I'm gonna send them a message. I'm gonna send them whatever it is. The Lord going to find a way to allow those who are righteous or worthy to escape said perils.
Right. It's like when you have problem. When you have problem, and then you find a way to solve the problem compared to how you used to solve it before. That's a technique. That's technology.
Mm-hmm.
When you in a situation where you have no way out, and the way you used to live is questioned, then what's your technique? Now you got to rely on the Most High inspiration to give you a technique to deal with that situation right there. Right? So if we think of, oh my God, I can't live without this. I can live without, my phone. What am I gonna do? Wow, oh my God. So when you find yourself in a situation, then you said, man, who you gonna go to? The Most High is the master of technique. He knows everything. Mm-hmm. So he'll give you a technique to deal with that situation in that particular time.
Come. I had to. I thought that was at a point of popular culture and like the spirit of the age, so to speak. I like to speak to that because I know I'm dealing with people. I know I keep trying to keep a watch for where people's minds are at, to then bring them back to what this always said. And pop culture is a good way for that because people always are watching these movies, like certain things in entertainment. But one thing that always sticks with me is in the first Star Wars movie, right? So everyone's big on Star Wars, right? And there's a scene with Darth Vader, right? Is when they built the first Death Star, right? Which pretty much is like a big war machine in space that can go and destroy planets, right? For people who don't want to follow the Empire. And you got him sitting down with these guys, with these generals that are part of the Empire. And they're all excited, right, about the Death Star. It's like, yeah, it's got this capability. It can, we'll get those rebels that are. And then Darth Vader's character, he's like, don't be taken back by this technical terror that you've created. He's like, the power to destroy a planet is nothing compared to the power of the Force. Now, the Force, of course, is like kind of left-handed in of itself, but it's more just a metaphor for what we know the truth is just the Holy Spirit, right? It's supposed to be just a metaphor for the Holy Spirit. But even someone like him, Darth Vader, which you can go into his background, he's always been like an advocate for technology, even though he's been really highly attuned to the what they call the Force, or we call, Ruach HaKodesh, or the Spirit. But even him with technology helping keeping him alive, because he had, a horrible accident when he fought with his old master. Even he's saying, yeah, this thing we built, cutting edge, can do all this. It says nothing compared to the Force. So even he's saying that, So it's like people oftentimes will hear a line like that, and it's like they don't really get the depth behind it. But knowing the truth, you can see stuff like that in pop culture, and it's be like, oh, that's one right there. It's going to be over a lot of people's heads. And then one other one, you guys remember the Book of Eli, when Eli's character, played by Denzel, he's talking to the girl, and she's asking him, like, because he's older than most people. So he's like, what was the world like before, the cataclysm, before the destruction that got them into this post-apocalyptic type, world that they're in now. Everyone's trying to struggle to survive. And kind of speak to what you were saying, Samag, about the, folks running around, if once they can't use, what we call, modern means of exchange. He's like, back then we didn't know what was precious. He's like, back then we used to throw away things you guys kill each other for now. Another little quick scene, a quick dialogue, but unless you really catch it and like really understand like what that's really saying, it's just kind of over your head. You're just kind of watching the movie. Oh, that's great. But stuff like that, when you hear it, knowing the truth, you're like, wow, there it is. There's another one, But I can show you that scene also too, when we get a break or something. But someone had their hand up.
Yeah, Romans 8:35, right? Paul put it simple. All we need is Christ. So who shall separate us from the love of Christ? So anything that happens, in another scripture is we are not our own. Right? We are not our own. We didn't choose to come here. But if we come here under the Most High brought us here, and we acknowledge Him by Hashem Yahushua as our Creator, we shouldn't have anything to worry about.
I think you're talking about 1 Corinthians 6 and 16, I think.
Yeah. You are not your own.
Is that the one you want? Or the one you were thinking of, rather?
Yeah, you are not your own.
Sorry, not 1 Corinthians 6, 2 Corinthians 6:16. That's the one. 1 Corinthians 3:16, 2 Corinthians 6:16 about that your body is the temple of God. Yeah, 2 Corinthians 6:16. Yeah. Wait a minute. No. That's not it. I thought that was it. Hold on. Let me look it up real quick just to make sure.
This is it.
It is?
6:19.
Oh, what did I say? Barak.
And towards the end, it said, "Ye are not your own." So you belong to the Most High. So he's gonna provide whatever situation you're in. He's gonna provide a way for you to escape whatever situation.
Thawada, Aqua. Yeah, I was jumping to the 2 Corinthians one. Yeah.
Escape or deal with whatever situation.
Mm-hmm. Ah, I'm not sure if that's when you think about stuff as far as your namesake, right? As far as the temple. That's a good one. So Ecclesiasticus, yeah, con. Just caught that. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 47. To link with verse 18 about gathering gold as 10 and multiplying silver as lead, right? This is a simple supply and demand, right? It was true then as it is now. Things that are hard to come by are going to be more valuable. Things that have more intrinsic value are going to be more valuable. And then things that have less intrinsic value and things that are more readily available, like tin and lead compared to gold and silver. So 1 Corinthians chapter 10, because we're all about timeless, ageless wisdom. Somebody today says it. If it's true, we'll acknowledge it. But we got to also go back and say, was this person the first person to say it? Didn't the Most High already say this already? We just got to make sure we do that. Because otherwise, we'll give too much credit to, modern man and say, oh, we're closer to salvation now because of all the things we know now that we didn't know before. No, how about the things that we've forgotten over the years? How about we were more healthier, living longer, stronger, had more ability in ancient times than we do now? How about that's a shame? Why is that? How about let's find out the reason behind that, right? But the attitude today is, oh, we're so much better off now. We're living so much longer now. We know so much more now about things. It's just like, really? Sure about that?
Back then we knew more because we had time to live longer to learn more knowledge. The longer you live on earth, the more you acquire, the more experience you acquire.
Mm-hmm. Just think, man. 70 years is considered like a drop. As far as the Most High, it's like you just getting started. You're just a baby. But we act like now, 70 years. I lived a full life, 70 years old, ready to go. And it's just like you just begun living. That's a hard one for people. That's a hard pill for a lot of folks to swallow or to consider. But this is 1 Kings chapter 10. 1 Kings chapter 10, 26 and 27 to go along with verse 18. So 47 and 18, link it with 1 Kings 10 and 26. It reads, 1 Kings 10, 26, and Solomon gathered together chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horsemen, whom he bestowed in the cities for chariots, and with the king at Jerusalem. It says, and the king made silver to be in Jerusalem as stones. See that? Silver was like stone. That's how readily available it was, as far as all the profit he was making, all the silver he was mining, and even with the nations that he had dominion over, they were bringing him tribute constantly, right? As a means of acknowledging his authority, his appreciation for the wisdom and guidance he gave them, because not only is he getting wealth himself, but then he's able to show other nations how to get wealth for themselves. They just followed just a bit of his advice. So we're just increasing them even more, which gives them more to then give back to him. It's just like a repeating loop, where it's just like more wealth, more productivity, more gain, more growth, right? More expansion. Because the earth can do a whole lot when it's managed righteously, right? It's only when it's managed wickedly that we say, oh man, we're low on resources, scarcity mindset, like they always talk about. We're running out of resources. We got to go out. We got to go off world, right? Go out into space. And then you got the pop culture stuff talking about the same thing, like the Marvel movies and Thanos. I got to snap half the life out of existence because it's not enough to go around. Too many hungry mouths to feed. No, it's because your foundation's off, right? It's because you are founding the laws of, you're governing things with the laws of death as opposed to the laws of life, which will actually utilize the earth and allow it to flourish, where you have greenery as opposed to deserts everywhere, and well springs as opposed to a wilderness. So it says, silver to be in Jerusalem as stones, and cedars made he to be as the sycamore trees that are in the vale for abundance, right? So cedars being more of a rarity, a more finer quality wood with cedar, as opposed to sycamore, which are more easily to come by, right? Hence, them using cedar to build the Most High's temple. That was the arrangement we had with Hiram, king of Tyre, right? Because they had cedars in their country. So back to Ecclesiasticus. Let's read on. So that was 1 Kings 10, 26, 27, the link with Ecclesiasticus 47, 18. Let's read on in verse 19. It says, Thou didst bow thy loins unto women, and by thy body thou wast brought unto subjection. Thou didst stain thy honor and pollute thy seed, so that thou broughtest wrath upon thy children, and wast grieved for thy folly. So that's the thing with the Bible, right? The good, the bad, the ugly, it's all there, right? For the good that we do and the bad that we do, so that what? Like we touched on at the beginning of the service, that things written aforetime are written for our learning, right? Even in the case of someone as great as Solomon was, right? To be that apex of Israel's governing in the earth, we see the thing that caused him to fall. As long as we know that, we can see for all these other nations that have been pretty much been given their time in the sun, they do what Solomon did and worse. In that regard, we can predict their outcome. With the way that Solomon fall, we know the nation is going to fall too. We know that it's just going to be a matter of time before they're getting replaced by the next nation. But all praise to the Most High in Christ by way of the Holy Spirit, because this is it, right? Rome fell for a time we call the Dark Ages. The scriptures refer to it, as the wound, the deadly wound. Now it's healed during the time of the Renaissance. They've been back on the scene for the last couple hundred years, but now they're going to fall again, and then Christ's going to come back, and we're going to reign with Him going forward, and reign according to His principles forever. So that's where we're at in the timeline. So thank goodness that this rise and fall of foolish empires is we're pretty much at the tail end of this cycle as far as what we call history. But yeah, you can link 1 Kings chapter 11. 1 Kings chapter 11 and verse 1. 1 Kings 11 and verse 1. It reads, But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites. Verse 2, of the nations concerning which the Lord or Yahweh said unto the children of Israel, You should not go in unto them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love. Right? So this is the thing that brought him down, right? It was the multiplying of wives, but more namely, because remember the Most High warned the kings, right? Like we were talking about before. What are the things that men have always sought throughout the ages, then and now? Money, cars, women, right? Money, cars, women. You read in the law, you see it right there. When the Most High talked about, if you're going to have a king, make sure he don't what? Multiply gold and silver. Make sure you don't multiply horses, right? Make sure you don't multiply wives, right? Not to say he can't have gold and silver. Not to say he can't have a bunch of horses and chariots. Not to say he can't have wives. But the thing is what? The Most High knew, he knew man's heart. Even a king who's exceeding wise, he knew that what? These things can, if he's not careful with how he wields these things, they can turn his heart away from the Most High. He'll go and serve something else. That's not him. And we see even for someone as great as Solomon, even this thing was a crutch to him. So how much more for heathen kings that take authority, right? That are increased when it comes to gold and silver, when it comes to horses and chariots, right? Right, which horses and chariots pretty much, cars, modern day car, right? Or the ancient car was just the horse and chariot, right? Even the cars today, what they say? This car runs on what? 200, 300, 400 horsepower, right? So it serves the same purpose, right? Money, cars, women. So yeah, he's no different. Because we're all flesh. All right. Oh, and to link with 1 Kings 1 and 2 for what I'm talking about. I'll just read it real quick. Deuteronomy 17. That's what you need in life, right? That's what you need in life. I've heard that song in a minute. So Deuteronomy chapter 17.
Might got that creed. See, you got the Wu-Tang guy, you got the creed.
14 to 20 is the whole section. I'll read through it pretty swift, but there's a lot really to consider when it comes to that, when it comes to looking at yourself and saying, okay, if I want to get power, physical, spiritual power, right? Both, right? Because when we deal with our law, we do it both in their proper doses, right? Just how do we wield power, right? Do we have power? Does power have us, right? Do we have things? Do things have us? Deuteronomy 17 and 14, it says, when thou art come into the land which Yahweh thy power giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, thou shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. So the Most High knew he'd had that desire later on. It wouldn't come until Saul much later, right? King Saul. But Most High even put that in the law then at this point with Moses, knowing, all right, I know my people are going to want this eventually. So I already got the law laid out for them as far as how to go about it. If you want to do this, okay, cool. You're going to have a king that rule over you. Here's those stipulations. 15, thou shalt anywise set him king over thee, whom Yahweh thy power shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother, right? Because, all Israel knew coming out of Egypt was serving Pharaoh. So Moses trying to get us in this, self-sustaining, autonomous way of thinking, right? Where it's like, okay, we have our own agency, right? We're going to establish our own government, right? Not just going to be, living under someone else, but ruling ourselves, being sovereign, our own nation. It says in 16, but he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Because even then in the wilderness, you saw from the people, we have evidence, right? They were telling Moses, you brought us out here to die, right? Man, I'm tired of this manna, this food from God. He just put on the grass every morning, right? Just for us. I'm tired of that. We had it good in Egypt. We had the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks. We had this, we had that. That captivity wasn't so bad, right? Right? I don't mind being a cattle I don't mind being cattle that's living luscious, Let's go back to Egypt and be slaves. We actually had it better. So he's telling them, look, don't think like that, right? And don't take this power that you get to then go back to the slavery which I delivered you from. I'm trying to show you how to be your own man, your own woman, your own people, to rule over yourself with me as your king. Really. Then it says in 17, neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away, let alone strange wives that Solomon took, that clearly, your significant other, like they always even say in the world, you're not just marrying, a woman, you're marrying her family, right? And what her parents believe, right? That's going to be something that you have to look at, right? When you guys get together for family things and they're going to be celebrating this and that, and she's going to be pulling you saying, hey, come over here, my folks are doing this, or my family is doing this. And what their family is doing is something dealing with idols. You have to deal with that, right? So if you got all these wives, and they got all different idols, and we see as you read down with Solomon, he built idols to these false gods because of his wives and what they were into, right? Not saying, okay, I can't be doing that. Really, you shouldn't be doing that. If you're going to be my wife, you got to be dealing with the Most High God. You need to tell your people the same thing, right? But end up going the other way. But Most High already knew back here in Deuteronomy. He knew already, but at least he told us back here that his heart turned not away. Then it says, neither shall he multiply to himself silver and gold. Once again, silver and gold isn't wicked, but he knows these things, these horses, these many wives, these many silver and gold, it can easily turn a man whose flesh, even a king, can turn his heart away. before I read the next verse. Okay, sorry.
But in the whole thing that you just mentioned in that verse, so your heart did not turn away. Even in the wilderness, all that the Most High did, all the miracles, had one purpose. The purpose was to get us to change our mind,
Mm-hmm.
right? To change our mind and to choose the Most High. The Most High will not make that decision. Well, Most High will not make for you. That's why it says, "I put before you this day life and death." You got to choose. And when you Romans 12:2, it said, "Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." You got to make the decision to change the mind, right? Most I put it there, but he tell you to choose based on your own conviction, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that freedom, even though the Most High created you, but he still give you that freedom to choose,
Mm-hmm.
right? Regardless if you choose this, you choose that, but that freedom is yours to choose, right? So, and that's exactly what we cannot do. I mean, that's exactly what we struggle with.
Yeah.
What we struggle with to making the right decision, right down in it, and that's the bottom. Be it transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then, when we said Egypt was better, that means we changed back to the old way again. Right? Even after all the miracles, the split sea, so you can see how miraculous, how powerful the Most High is. Still, that wasn't enough in our mind to make that decision.
Yeah, come. We hear to this day when we're teaching. What do the people always do? They always say the same thing. Well, God's so all powerful, and how come we can do wickedness, right? If God's so powerful, how come all these bad things happen? Why would He create sin? You always hear that question, right? If sin's so bad, then why would He make it? You just answered it. He gave us the choice, but people can't wrap their head around that. Why even make sin? Just make us. Why can't He just make us all perfect?
To the point where you can even question Him. That's how beautiful it is. He created you, but you still can question Him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the freedom you have. You even question Him on this time, the third, take Him to the Lord. But at the end, He created you in His image because He also, make everything Himself. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So He give you that choice. But at the end of it, don't blame Him when you hit your head against the wall.
Right.
Because now you have that choice.
Mm-hmm.
And you accepted that He created you. And if you don't accept, that's what Esau, they deny the Most High. Now they want to do their own thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? But at the same time, that's not gonna stop the Most High from destroying them because Most High know He created them.
Come. That's not going to destroy. That's not going to stop them from destroying themselves.
Yeah.
Because that's the rules. That's how the flesh works.
On a carnal level, we do the same thing with your earthly mother and father. At a certain point in time, a child's going to challenge his mother and father. Why I got to do that? Because I said so. But why? Right? That's the same thing on a spiritual level. It was like, well, why did the Most High do that? Because He did it. But why? Like, I got to know. I got to be able to think on His level to understand why He does the thing He does. So that same spirit that's in the child with their parents is the same spirit that's in the nation with the Most High. Even Ezra had to teeter with that. When you read in the Apocrypha, he teetered with trying to think on the Most High's level of understanding why the nation was enslaved to a no people. That don't make sense. Why? They ain't better than us. Come on, what? And then the Lord had to kind of stun his growth a little bit to be like, look, you're really not on this level yet to kind of understand how I do things, to understand the second, third, fourth, fifth, 100th things that's going to come after the fact, right? We don't think like that. We think in the present right now. The Most High has to give us the what's going to come down the line and why what's going on now is going to matter to what's coming later. We think in the now. So the Lord has given us that fleshly heart to be able to prove ourselves, right? Animals don't got to do that. Birds ain't got to do that. Fish ain't got to prove themselves. They just do. That's it. They do. They go off of the instinct the Most High put in them. Man is a bit different. We're dominioning. We have to now go and conquer and do certain things and reason. So in that reasoning, you can go a little bit off, but bring it back over here. The Most High, even with the reasoning that He gives us, He doesn't allow the reasoning to still supersede Him. Mm-hmm. We're still inferior to the Most High on knowledge and all. Going back to what man said, they're going out into space and they want to go. They ain't just going up there to go to Mars. They really trying to find the Most High. They want to find the Most High. They want to find where these angels at, where these chariots coming from. They know they're there. They know He's here. Where He at? I got to find Him. And the movie's kind of depicted. They found some angelic being and He comes down and He tells you how you were created and we left and went somewhere else. That's just their instinctive mind trying to consider and be what the Most High is, find him, destroy him, and then take over as him. That's their whole thing. That's what they want to do.
Yes, according to some, they found him already. Now they're trying to figure out what to do. It's like quote unquote X Files, right? I'm not sure the videos on YouTube still, but you have people that have like documents about where, people always, we talk about the moon landing, right? For example, and people ask a reasonable question: how come we haven't gone back all this time? We just went once, and we had the alleged footage. We haven't gone back. Why not? And you had the sit down. You can still see the interview on YouTube with Neil and Buzz and the Michael Collins, the guys that did the Apollo 11. And you see them at the press conference, and they're all like looking at each other when they're like giving answers, like they've been debriefed. Like this is what you'll say, this is what you won't say. All right. If you do anything beyond that, we're gonna cut your pension. We're gonna take your bars from you. Right. You're gonna be disbarred from the military. You're gonna have your whole career will be kaput. It's just like you're watching that interview. You're just like, if I was in space for the first time on the moon for the first time, I'd be like a little kid on the interview. I'd be talking about every single detail, right? Like my first time at Disney World, I'd be telling you everything. Oh yeah, the stars look like this. Oh yeah, the surface was like that. Just that is not what they did. So it's just like, so the question you have to ask is, okay, maybe that footage is fake, but maybe they did go up there. Maybe they did or didn't make it to the moon, but what did they find when they went up there? What are they finding every time they go up there? Maybe we're just not privy. So these are questions we have to ask logically when just sitting back and looking at, what they present to us. So yeah, maybe God found them, and now they're, their knees are knocking, their legs are shaking, and saying, oh man, maybe these 11,000, 15,000 nukes that we got, in these silos. They said Russia has like 15, and U.S. has 11,000. Maybe it won't be enough. Maybe we might need more. Right? We need more technology to, fulfill whether they realize or not. Isaiah 14. I will sit in the congregation the side of the north. I will establish my throne above the stars of God. I will be like the Most High. They're considering to themselves, we might need more to do that. But like I said, that's from their standpoint. Let them worry about that because we already know the outcome anyway. But yeah. Just always take that into account. Always sit back, look at the evidence, just ask, logical questions, and always consider what's not being said. Because a part of deception is just misdirection, like a stage trick. You get everybody to look at the rabbit coming out of the hat, but they're getting you to look away from the table that the hat is sitting on, right? Because the trick is happening where the table is, right? Where somebody's underneath the table, putting the rabbit through the hole in the table, and there's a hole in the hat, right? But the magician knows to get you to look at the hat with the wand, right? That's the misdirection. They reach in the hat. Wow, rabbit, how did he do that? But they don't realize the trick happened underneath the hat where the table is. You got somebody underneath there putting the thing up there. That's what they do a lot of times. They'll misdirect you. If you just look around and ask the pertinent questions, you can get around what they present to you and then ask the legitimate question. And that's when they'll get real nervous. They go, oh, you weren't supposed to ask that question. It's like, yeah, exactly. Stop being deceptive. Anyway, let me finish this up real quick. In verse Deuteronomy 17. Verse 18, it says, it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, the king, he shall write him a copy of this law in a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. Verse 19, it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, or Yahweh his power, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them. So this is a timeless wisdom that goes into what they would call fine motor skills, right? Handwriting, penmanship, right? You see them trying to remove this in school systems, right? Especially when it comes to the cursive. You remember they were talking about that? Kids aren't required to learn cursive anymore. Now, kids are just screens, 24/7 screens, as opposed to writing and the skills that come with writing and, writing things down and the memory, how it reinforces, certain things as far as fine motor skills and memory retention, things like that. Even the Alahan himself keep records. So it shows there's a time of wisdom that goes into writing things down, let alone writing the Most High's law down. So the Most High requires that of a king to actually write what we can now call the first 5 books. And there's a lot of things you learn by doing that if you do it to its completion, because it's teaching you what, not only the commandments, but also the fruits of the spirit of faith, of patience, of experience, diligence, meekness, right? All these things go into sitting down, actually taking the time and having the patience, all the different fruits of the spirit you need to write down these first 5 books. Because you better believe as you do it, the flesh is going to be kicking and screaming against you the whole process. Why are you writing that? Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, my phone went off. What's going on with my phone? Oh, I got a phone call or somebody knocked at the door. It's always going to be something going on as you're trying to do something like this that's righteous, right? And that's required of all things, the king of Israel, and the focus that he's supposed to have and the attention he's supposed to give to ruling God's people. So yeah, when you look at these laws, it's not just Most High said. Really look at it and look at all the things that go into it and all the things it's going to teach you.
Right. What you just mentioned in Romans 2 and 6.
Uh-huh.
Everybody got a book. Lincoln had an account of whatever you do is recorded. It's like your life book. Whatever you do is recorded just like a bingo. Everyone try to be judged whether what you do is good and bad. So when they open that account, right? You open that account. Yeah, you did this here, you did this here. Minus, plus, and minus. Okay, this cost out. Okay, all right, you did this here, but this one you did some big stuff here. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that can pass. So everybody got a book.
Come. We all got a ledger, right?
Yeah.
To make the Marvel reference, pop culture reference, everyone knows the Black Widow character. She always talks about that, right? Her being like an assassin and stuff, and her becoming a good guy, and how how she kind of struggles with her bad past, right. And they keep talking about that in the movie, about her trying to clear her ledger.
Yeah, that
so
book has all good and bad.
Right. Come. This says in verse 20 that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren. See that? That's that meekness, humility, brotherly kindness. That's fruits of the spirit right there. And that he turn not aside from the commandment, right? That's your obedience, right? To the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. Prolonging one's days. Because how do you not prolong your own days? Through sin. When you sin, you go against the commandments. You shorten your days, right? Except those days be shortened, right? This is what it feels like we're getting closer and closer, even though it's still 24 hours in a day, but it feels like we're getting closer and closer because wickedness abounded, right? Wickedness is abounding. All right. But yeah, can't emphasize that enough, especially in the case of Psalm that we're reading here. And what the Most High requires of the king, and how he started off good, but he didn't end too good, unfortunately. But the record's the record, right? We just have to always meditate on it and learn from it and try to do the best with what we have. But back in Ecclesiasticus 47:21, verse 21 says, so the kingdom was divided. It says, and out of Ephraim ruled a rebellious kingdom, right? So you read about this, you can just write down 1 Kings 12 to link with 47 and 21. 1 Kings 12, and we're going to read 15. First Kings 12 and 15. Hold on. Yeah, 15 and 17, where it pretty much goes into we could say 12 down to about 20. pretty much tells that whole history as it takes place. 1 Kings 12, verse 12 down to 20, but the whole chapter of 1 Kings 12 explains that whole breakdown between Solomon's son Rehoboam and one of Solomon's princes, whose name was Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who was Ephraim. So it pretty much explains the history of the split between the northern and southern kingdoms, with the line of David ruling the south, and then the line of Jeroboam, a chief of the tribe of Ephraim, ruling over the north side of the kingdom. I'll just read through it briefly. It says, so Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day, and the king had appointed, saying, come to me again the third day. And the king answered the people roughly, and forsook the old man's counsel that he gave him, and spake to them after the counsel of the young men, saying, my father made your yoke heavy, and I will add to your yoke. Because they made a petition to him saying, can you rule like rule over us a lot harder? I mean, a lot more leniently than your father did, right? Because he gave us heavy burdens. I will add to your yoke. My father also chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. So he just turned up on him, right? Just said, I'm going to make it worse. Since you want to ask for us to lighten things, I'm going to make things even worse for you. Not very wise counsel, but Rehoboam decided on it, which was not prudent. Wherefore the king hearkened not unto the people, for the cause was from the Lord. Because remember, ultimately, the Most High was going to split the kingdom just at the hands of Rehoboam because of his father Solomon and what he did. 1 Kings 11, what we already read. That he might perform this his saying, which the Lord spake by Ahiah, the Shilonite, unto Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, right? Which is also in chapter 11, the prophecy about the kingdom being split in two. It says 16, now when all Israel saw that the king hearkened not unto them, the people answered the king, saying, what portion have we in David? Neither have we inheritance in the sons of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel, now to see to thine own house, David. So Israel departed into their tents. So that's where you have to divide, right? So why can't we get together? Why can't we get it together, right? How come we can't work together, right? Black and brown. They would say black and brown coalition. See, this division has been around for quite some time, right? There's quite some history behind the division between what today we call so-called blacks and so-called Hispanics, but it goes back to this. Verse 17, but as for the children of Israel which dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. Then King Rehoboam sent Adoram, who was over the tribute, and all Israel stoned him with stones that he died. Wherefore King Rehoboam made speed to get him up to his chariot to flee to Jerusalem. So Israel rebelled against the house of David unto this day. Israel referring to the 10 tribes that weren't part of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. And it came to pass when all Israel heard that Jeroboam was come again, that they sent and called him unto the congregation. And they made him king over all Israel. There was none that followed the house of David, but the tribe of Judah only. And as you read on, it goes into Benjamin joining unto Judah. But I'll just stop there. But that history is all in that chapter. That's what Ecclesiastes 47 and 21 is talking about. But back to Ecclesiastes 47, verse 22, but the Lord will never leave off his mercy, neither will any of his works perish, neither will he abolish the posterity of his elect, and the seed of him that loveth him he will not take away. Wherefore he gave a remnant unto Jacob, and out of him a root unto David. So that promise unto David as far as his descendants to come after him, there will always be a line of kings to come out of him. And then much later on, that prophecy will be fulfilled that what? God's own son in the earth, the Christ, the Mashiach, will come out of David's loins as promised, right? And we know that Christ, when he came into earth, he fulfilled that promise that was made to David a long time ago. Just to show the Most High is not a man that he should lie, right? Neither the Son of Man that he should repent. This is 2 Samuel 7 and 15 real quick. I'll read 15 down to 17 to link with 47 and 22. 2 2 Samuel chapter 7, 15 and 17. 15, it reads, "But my mercy shall not depart away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away before thee. And thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever." According to all these words and according to all his visions, so did Nathan speak unto David. Also, you can write down Psalm 132. Psalms 132. Psalms 132 and verse 11. Psalms 132 and verse 11, it reads, "The Lord, O Yahweh, have sworn in truth unto David. He will not turn from it. Of the fruit of thy body will I set upon thy throne." See that? So Christ had to fulfill that prophecy. Another cut against what we call the virgin birth, right? Which we know virgin isn't just a woman who hasn't been betrothed, but a virgin also means young woman. Which we know that's what the virgin that Mary was referring to Mary as, was just a young woman. And that also aligns with the prophecy in Isaiah. The Hebrew word there is not for a woman that hasn't known a man, that hasn't been betrothed, but the word for a young woman. That was a prophecy for Mary. But we see virgin in the English, we automatically assume it just means a woman who hasn't been betrothed. And to forget that in the Old English, virgin just means a young maiden, right? Regardless of, whatever status she is, whatever her status is. So it's missed on a lot of people. And people are pulled into that mythology about, Mary not knowing a man conceiving a child. That goes back to a mythology based on idolatry that has existed years before Christ came into earth. And you go into that story where that comes from. So yeah, Psalms 132 and 11, also the link. And then to show who the elect are, you can write down Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45 in verse 4. Isaiah 45 and 4 reads, "For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name, I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me." So we're supposed to be Israel, Yasha Allah. He is a prince, or she is a princess of power. That's what our name means, right? And there's responsibility that goes into that name, to have that name, what it means. Meaning we're supposed to what? Be chiefs when it comes to wielding power, be it physical power or spiritual power, at every level, right? Whether we're talking about money, resources, land, water, right? People, right? And how we guide people, whether it be for, constructive purposes or in matters of war to defend the nation. We're supposed to be princes when it comes to these things, right? So Most High surnamed us that, to be that in the earth. But he says we haven't known him because we've done other things. We've chosen other gods, right? We slept around the Most High. He's supposed to be our husband. So yeah, back to Ecclesiasticus 47:23 now. It says, "Thus rested Solomon with his fathers, and his seed he left behind him Rehoboam," which is Rehoboam, what we just read about, "even the foolishness of the people, and one that had no understanding, who turned away the people through his counsel." Right? So the one time you wanted to believe what the people said, right? Usually you don't want to. But he trusted his, you got like these celebrities and they got like an entourage, right? And the celebrity listens to their entourage, even though the entourage is telling them to say and do things that just like, nah, that ain't it, chief, But they listen anyway. So that's what Rehoboam had, right? He had an entourage, and these guys were just they were literally dropping bombs, right? Say this, do this. Rehoboam's like, okay, did it, said it. Things got worse. What we read in the 1 Kings 12 said, you told us what? It was of the Lord, because remember, ultimately, this had to happen because Most had to split northern and southern kingdoms. That was part of the prophecy. And it's also part of the prophecy, like Ezekiel writes about, who we're going to touch on next chapter. To what? Not Ezekiel, Hezekiah, but I'm referring to Ezekiel. That those two staves that were two had to be brought together and be put back as one again. So that's part of the prophecy also, and we're part of that right now, right? As far as us going out there and waking up all the 12 tribes, right? Doing the true black, what they call black and brown coalition, and yet people on both sides that are like, oh, I don't, we don't trust those other, those other nations. They're out here to get their own thing, and then, on the northern tribe side, it's just like, oh, those Morenos, let them do that. We're gonna do our own thing, and you got this beef because we're going by names and speaking languages that aren't on our own. We don't realize that we're part of the same nation, right? We're just different families, right? But long divided, going back here. So yeah, there's a lot of confusion around that, for so-called black and brown empowerment, right? They're trying to empower themselves, but we're at odds with each other, not realizing our common ancestry. Like, what do we see at camp? What was it last week? The brown berets, which were kind of like I read up on them a little bit, and I said, oh, okay. So kind of like similar to like our Black Panthers, they had their own movement for anti-oppression and things like that. You just don't really see them as much as you would see or hear about Black Panther Party, and you got movies and pop culture in America really focused on us in particular as like the minority, the model minority, one of the first minorities of America, right? The first oppressed, along with the Gad and Reuben.
Going back to what you said about that had to happen with Rehoboam kind of being influenced by wicked counsel. Sometimes it might be hard to conceive, going back to what we said before, we have a choice, right? We have a choice. In Proverbs, I think it's 24:20 or 20:24, 20:24, man's goings are of the Lord, right? How can he then understand his own way? That's heavy, because if you think that you have a choice, and you're in our realm of understanding, we think we have a choice. We have a choice. From the Most High's perspective, he controls what the heck you're really doing, right? You think you're going to be like how the Most High told Jeremiah, I ordained you before you came forth from the womb. And you like, nah, I ain't going to go do that. Go out where? Nah, I ain't going to do that. Oh, you going to go. It's going to happen. It's inevitable, right? You can think that you're not going to do it, but you're going to do it. You fight against me, I'm going to treat you like Jonah, right? But this is what's going to happen. You're thinking that you're going to become, some billionaire or this. You're going to be right out there on the corners teaching. And then make it appear as if, yeah, that's what we got to go out there and raise up the Most High. Yeah. Nah, but it's the Most High and Yahweh all along. Christ even said, you didn't choose me. I chose you, right? It wasn't your choice. It was mine. It was ours. So when you think about, when people say, yeah, we all got choices and things, but we don't fully understand that the top, the Most High is really pulling the strings on how he wants man to go. But man's understanding thinks or comprehends that it's really him that's just going right here and everything. No, not really.
Yeah, the choice is the choice we have is restricted, not so much restricted, has boundaries based on the Most High's rules. Like you are free, even when the Most High say you are free. Yeah, you are free from sin. He deliver you from sin. You're no longer under Satan. Now you're under Yahweh. So you're a prisoner of Yahweh. So that means there's no ultimate freedom. So it's either you're under prisoner of Satan or you're prisoner of Yahweh. Which one would you choose? Right. At the end of the day, whatever the choice is, it's pretty much determined based on the Most High's law he established. Period.
Dang, so you mean to tell me?
I would say real quick. I would say this. Technically, the only choice you really have is how you die. At the end of the day, we all know we're going to die. As far as physically in the flesh, we're going to die. The choice is how you go. Determine the choice that you make, the options that you choose. Like I said, I give you life, I give you death. But the choices that we make and every day in our life decide how you're gonna die. But you know you're gonna die. Right? So the real choice is how you gonna go.
But even with that, you don't have that control. You don't know.
What you know what I mean? You don't know how you're gonna go.
You don't even
But
know.
the choice you're gonna make is gonna determine how you go, but you don't know how.
But here's the thing. You might not die. What if your house shot come back right now to Cherries? Are you gonna die?
This is what I mean.
Right. But you don't have that choice. The Most High has a choice. For instance, right? The Most High had our names already written in the book from the beginning. From the beginning, when you were many generations in the regeneration in the past, before you became a baby, the Most High created all the spirits. He knew this list of spirits right here. These are the ones that's going to make it. Okay, now I'm about to put them in the earth. I'm going to do this. This is going to happen. They're going to do this. But I know that he going to make it. Regardless of what he chooses. You don't. Because on our terrestrial plane, we don't know how the Most High thinks, right? We just now operating in the medium, in the space that we have for comprehension. That's why when the Lord says, my ways is higher than your ways, you can't think on my level. Right? We want to think on the Most High's level, but we can't think on the Most High. We don't know what's going to happen in 5 minutes from now.
Right.
5 minutes from now, you don't know what's going to happen. Car can get in an accident, the blade can fall down the steps, whatever. We don't know what the heck is going to happen. Most High knows every detail, from a bird falling off a doggone, running into a plane or something. The Lord knows all of that. And from the beginning to the end. But what we comprehend is the reasoning that the Lord gave us is say, I'm sitting here, I'm reading these scriptures, and I'm doing this. I'm not going to the party. I'm not going to do this, that, and the third, right? The Lord knew he was going to do that anyway, right? But we are now figuring ourselves out. We are learning our own spirit, if that makes sense, right? Like how we were talking last night. Sometimes you may say, if I was in that situation, this is what I would do. You are learning yourself of what you are capable of doing and what your spirit is not capable of doing. The Lord already knows. So when it comes to this, it's like, okay, do I doubt? Do I strengthen my spirit? Do I do this? We are figuring this thing that we have out within this plane that we have to meet the mark. The mark is here. How do I get here? How do I get there? The Lord lay it all out. Go figure it out.
Right. And it gives you the blueprint on what you can expect if you do this. That's expectation. Right? If you do this, that's the way to go. If you do that, that's the way to go. If you do this, eventually you're gonna go this way. It gives you the blueprint. But the specifics on how it turns out, you don't know. You don't know the specifics. But you just gotta make sure you choose the path that's gonna give you what he said is the right way if you do this. If you follow this, you should expect this, because inherent in a law is what you should get because he created that way. Right? But as far as the specific how it's gonna happen, you don't know that. Nobody knows that. Only he knows that. That's why nobody can tell you who you are. Somebody can come here and diagnose you. They don't know who you are. They don't know who you are. Only the Most High, and you, in the process of trying to figure it out through the Holy Spirit, you might know who you are. Nobody knows who you are. None. Nobody. They may say, oh, he may do this, he may do that. They base it based on habit and things that you do. They have an idea based on what you do. But as far as who you are, nobody knows.
Yeah, it's the same thing you could say. Moses is back on earth right now. We don't know who he is. A lot of his prophets are back on earth right now. We don't know who they are. You know, we probably met Moses, had a conversation with Moses. We have no idea.
Right. When you read Revelations, when Yahushua was dealing with John the Revelator, Yahushua told John the Revelator he was going to come back in the last. He got to come back in the last day to teach. Yahushua told John the Revelator that you're going to come back and do this for me in the last days. So John the Revelator had to come back and be it. John don't know that he was John the Revelator. John may be going by the name of a war, right? Mm-hmm. Or whatever. He's going by some other name. But he was there and he was told, instructed that he was going to come back. John the Revelator in this time when he went to college, had a law degree, everything, thinking he about to go work for some firm, and all of a sudden he walked past a camp and he see a sign and he like, what? Wait, what? What's going on here? And then, oh yeah, now his whole world has changed. Right now, he like, nah, where y'all school at? I gotta come learn this. And then John left his job, and now he out there dropping it.
Yo, I just love the way you paint the picture. You just did I just saw it like,
What?
whoa, what? You see all the time in camp, right? Can't stop and be like,
You just looking right.
huh?
Yeah. But it's understood, but it's hard to conceive, especially to the person that's in the world, to understand how man's goings are of the Lord, right? To understand how the prophecies come to pass. Like and tells you in Isaiah, I think it's 13, that the Most High mustereth the host of the battle. He's putting these spirits in certain men to think a certain way. He's putting the contention with that nation of people, that king, that leader, to say, you know what? I have an occasion against this guy. I want to go fight against him. When we went the heck off, before we went off, everything seemed fine. Then all of a sudden, oh, y'all want to go off? I'm going to raise up these Philistines to come up against you. I'm going to make it so that now they can come and fight against you. They probably wasn't going to fight. But now, somebody sat down and said, yo, I think we need some new land. We need some new slaves. Let's go get some.
Yeah.
Right? And it happens.
Yeah, that's we're finished in Judges now, but that was like as we're going through Judges in the Sabbath service, ever since the righteous judge will die, was gathered to his fathers. Read the next chapter. And Israel did that which was wise in their own eyes. And the Most High raised up another nation. It's like, oh, here we go again. Yeah. Yeah, man. But yeah, what I was gonna say earlier, what you were saying, Quiet was I was thinking, so that means the airplane pilot's been lying, right? When he lands, he says, "You're now free to roam about the country." It's like, but am I really? Right? What am I free to do now I'm in this country? Because you go on vacation, you go for R&R, but a lot of times, people go on vacation in this world to do all types of wickedness, fornication, right? In this new place where it's like, okay, rules aren't where I'm from. Nobody knows who I am. So I can kind of, be who I really want to be in all types of wickedness, and then I'm in this other country, and my dollars, if I'm from a first world country, my dollars go a lot longer over here, so I can get to a whole bunch of wickedness. So it's like, yeah, they're free to roam about the country, all right? And they're free to, most cases, choose sin. And they come back, after a week or however long they're away, and their coworkers like, oh man, I had a good time. I had a good time in that country. Yeah, good times. It's just like, you start going through the pictures. You're like, oh, bro, yo, chill. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Because they got into all types of fornication and wickedness and drunkenness when they were away on vacay. So yeah, like you said, free to serve who? Free to serve Christ or free to serve Satan? All right. So Ecclesiasticus, I'll read 23 again. Chapter 47, verse 23. It says, "Thus rested Solomon with his fathers, and of his seed he left behind him Rehoboam, even the foolishness of the people, and one that had no understanding, who turned away the people through his counsel. There was also Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin and showed Ephraim the way of sin," which you go in the end of 1 Kings 12. It talks about a horrible thing that he set up, which actually not too far away, in a couple days, sadly. But what I like to call it Sad Jeroboam's Day, right? Where on the 8th month and the 15th day, he pretty much had the people to get so that they wouldn't go back to the southern kingdom, to go back to David, to go back to Levi and the temple. So people wouldn't be drawn to go to the temple and then serve David. He said, I'm going to have you worship somewhere else, but not the Most High's days. I'm going to set up my own priests who aren't even of the tribe of Levi, let alone Aaron. And I'm going to have you guys worship these golden calves. And he set up one, the same calves, the idea was an old wicked idea going back to when we committed transgression in Egypt. In the wilderness after we left Egypt. Still stuck in the Egyptian mentality. He took a horrible thing from the past and reinstituted it. And he set up one in the north part of the northern kingdom, another part in the south part of the northern kingdom. Said wherever you were at, you can go to one of these calves and do worship. And they made it was a day that they kept on the 8th month and the 15th day. But like I said, Sad Jeroboam's Day. But 1 Kings 12, here's the history on it real quick. I'm just going to read the last part of it. 1 Kings 12. And 25. 1 Kings 12 and 25. And it reads, Then Jeroboam built Shechem and Mount Ephraim, and dwelt therein, and went out from thence, and built Penuel, right? Because he was Ephraim himself, Jeroboam. 26. And Jeroboam said in his heart, Now shall the kingdom return to the house of David. 27. If this people go up and do sacrifice in the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem, which was in the south, right, where Benjamin was, then shall the heart of this people turn again unto their Lord, even unto Rehoboam, king of Judah, and they shall kill me and go again to Rehoboam, king of Judah. So I'll get dethroned, right? If they go back down there to serve, to celebrate the holy days, they'll see him down there and be like, oh, yeah, that's right. He's supposed to be, he's the grandson of David, right? He's supposed to be that line of David. Who's to follow him? So Jeroboam got a not so bright idea, dark idea. 28. Whereupon the king took counsel and made 2 calves of gold and said unto them, It is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Behold thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. God, what an abomination, right? To go back to that horrible, history of what we did in the wilderness, and to reinstitute that is like a yearly thing to keep. Just to set up these calves for that purpose, right? Because we can make images and stuff, but we just can't make them to worship, right? We had that in the temple, but we didn't worship them. It says, yeah.
Those still had to be around, right? Those images, either the other Hamites that was in the land or whatever, they still fight, because the time when we came out to the time when that's going on with Jeroboam and Rehoboam, that's hundreds of years that's going by, right? That's a lot of time for that generation to remember when their ancestors were in Egypt that they had and worshiped the calf. So those images still were prevalent within the region by the other nations. And that was like the influence to say, hey, we're going to go put this back up. Like it's like the cross, right? The cross is, what Yahweh was crucified on, but the image is still around. So now people are still easy to go make the Jesus piece or get the iced out cross or whatever as a form of some deity or allegiance to God. So it's almost the same thing.
Okay. It says in 29, and he set up the one in Bethel, and the other he in Dan. Right. So Bethel was kind of in the southern part of their kingdom, and Dan was like towards the top. You look on the map. So no matter where you were at in the northern kingdom, you had some place close you can go to a calf to do your worst. It says, and this thing became a sin, for the people went to worship before one, even unto Dan, and he made an house of high places, and made priests of the lowest of the people, which were not of the sons of Levi. See that? So the priests always had to come out of the house of Levi. But it only makes sense since he's a king now, when he was supposed to be the line of David, right? It says, and Jeroboam ordained a feast in the 8th month on the 15th day of the month. Right? That's why I call it Sad Jeroboam's Day. Because we have the record, but it's not something we want to celebrate because clearly it's wicked. But just remember where we fell off as a people. Like unto the feast that is in Judah, and he offered upon the altar, so did he in Bethel, sacrificing unto the calves that he had made. And he placed in Bethel the priests of high places, which he had made. So he offered upon the altar which he had made in Bethel, the 15th day of the 8th month, even in the month which he had devised of his own heart, and ordained a feast unto the children of Israel. And he offered upon the altar and burnt incense. He even had incense burning too during this wicked time. I think I remember a couple of years back, it was the 8th month and the 15th day actually had a line with, we call it the day All Hallows Eve, right? Or Halloween. They align on the same day. And it's just like, oh boy, not good. But all in all, it's just like, yeah. So don't do that.
It's funny you see that these two things are set up, one in Dan, one in Bethel. You see a lot of churches today named Bethel, Bethel something or whatever the case may be. Hebrew, I think it's Bayath Allah or House of the Most High, House of God. So they'll just take that and make, other names, but it's almost like they're doing the same thing because they're using that name, but have all different kind of idols and false forms of worship to the Most High, almost similar to what Jeroboam was doing.
Okay. So back in Ecclesiastes 47, 24 and 25, it reads, and their sins were multiplied exceedingly, that they were driven out of the land. For they sought out all wickedness till the vengeance came upon them, which is, much later on the time when the Assyrians came into power and took them into captivity. But now as we go into chapter 48, we're going to get into, we're just talking about them, right? I think the Tuesday's class, right? We're saying, how do we read their names translated from the Greek versus from the Hebrew, right? Elijah versus Elias. Then we had Elisha versus Eliseus, right? Because you'll see it spelled in the New Testament, Eliseus, which is referring to Elisha, who was like the understudy of Elijah, right? He became a great prophet too after Elijah was translated. So remember reading that in the Tuesday class? So we're about to get into their history again here. Ecclesiasticus 48 and verse 1, it says, then stood up Elias, the prophet. So once again, Elias is Elijah, or in the Hebrew, Aliyah, right? One of our greatest prophets, right? Saved Christ. Even Christ himself, when he came on the scene physically, even he said, how great, he's talking about John the Baptist, how great he was. Even let us know that John the Baptist was that Elijah, right? Different men, but the same spirit, right? Years apart, but it was that same spirit, that same soul. And they both, had a righteous life and did many great things when they were in the earth, right? And we see Elias, when he came as Elijah, he was translated, right? Arguably the highest honor as far as ways to die, to be translated of God. It's not even died a natural death, right? That's considered, you're considered to be highly favored by God to die that way. And when he came back as John the Baptist, he got arguably the second greatest way to die, which is to die a martyr's death, right? So it's like both times he lived, he did great things, right? And like we were talking about before, how do you live, right? How do you die? We don't know. Most High ultimately knows. But both times he came, it was like he was, he went through a lot, but yet still stayed the righteous course, and was, and met his end in what we considered, highly honorable ways, right? As far as the Most High Christ and the angels are concerned. Even the men in the world will be like, that's kind of crazy. How did he just disappeared? Went to his house and all that's left is his clothes and there's nothing else. No body, no nothing. Or John the Baptist. Oh man, he had his head cut off, put on a platter, right? After King Herod made that promise. Horrible way to go. But as far as the Most High Christ and the angels go, it's like, man, this soul is highly favored, right? He's one of those rare figures in the earth. So yeah, that's Elijah / Elias. That's who he is. To where we even talk about him to this day. So you can link 48 and 1 with 1 Kings 17. Yeah, it's always a good time when you go through the Kings to read up on Elias or Elijah. You always see something you didn't see before. It's just a really entertaining, engaging story to read, where you see his adventures, if you will. 1 Kings 17 and 1, it says, and Elijah the Tishbite, who was of the inhabitants of Gilead, said unto Ahab, as Yahweh power of Israel liveth, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, but according to my word. I'll stop there, but as you read on, it goes into more of the story. But this just talks about his experience, him dealing with King Ahab, right, who was a king in the northern kingdom during that time. You could also link James chapter 5. James chapter 5, 17 and 18. James 5:17 reads, Elias was a man subject to like passions as we are, and he prayed earnestly that it might not rain, and it rained not on earth by the space of 3 years and 6 months. Right, so 3.5 years didn't rain on earth. Right, so that's a heavy prophecy as far as heavy power as far as how the Most High was dealing with him on that level. Right, to where he's able to do these miraculous things. And it's funny because the same spirit he's dealing with, we have that same spirit working with us, just different ways. But it's like, to be on that level with the Most High, to have that, to be in tune like that is quite remarkable. Almost made you think of Joshua, right? When they fought that battle, and then the Most High hearkened to a voice of a man. That was like a rare time to do that, where you pretty much, we're in the 8th month and the 9th day. Technically, it should be the 10th day, right? Because we're still kind of behind one day, technically, right? Just from that time back then, we're still a day behind because Most High hearkened to Joshua when he said, sun and moon, stay still, don't move for this whole time so we can finish this battle so it won't get dark. So they could fight the whole day long. So that's a crazy thing. Just like, this is a wild thing. Wow, 3.5 years, no rain in this region. And if you're the king and you got people, that are trying to grow food and tend to cattle, that's a tough deal, You can have people at your neck, right? Because it's like, what are you gonna do for us now? We don't have this. We can't pay our tithes. We can't even survive. They may blame you. They might blame you for that, and then try to oust you out.
We don't get the details, but there was preparation and warning that happened before that comes to pass.
Mm-hmm.
The people still gotta eat.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same way those who follow the Most High, they get the warning, and for every time there's a season, you don't eat everything that you produce right that in there. You gotta save some for later time. You gotta save some, to consume later on.
Mm-hmm.
Because the season is not all year round, so you gotta save some of your crops.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just think about those that didn't,
Right.
or those didn't have access to a well, Everyone probably hoarded around them, like, we need your water. It's just like,
But if you follow the law of managing resources, and that's part of the law, then you shouldn't have a problem.
Khan, I mean, ultimately, you're definitely right, Khan. But this is still an unusual thing for this much time going by,
Right.
3.5 years. It's kind of funny that time because we see that 3.5 come up more than once, right? Because 3.5 is half of 7. It's tied to other prophecies that 3.5 or times dividing a time. That's kind of interesting too.
Even in today's time, we've been way back when we've been talking about how things gonna be hard and things like that. Things ain't gonna be the same. Some people take heed and start preparing themselves and say, but some of them never do anything when the times come. They are the first one to be like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? But we've been talking about that way back when. But there was no plan. Nobody took heed to what was gonna happen. Some will take, some will not.
Another pop culture reference, real quick, because it always comes to mind when I read stuff like this. You guys remember Winnie the Pooh, right? Back in the day, right? Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh. There was an episode that always stuck with me, and it was it's the character nobody really likes that much, but he was on point this episode. Rabbit, you talk about Winnie the Pooh, everyone's like, oh, I like Pooh, or I like Tigger, right? Or I like Piglet, or I like, what's the Edomite boy? Used to hang out with them, Christopher something. You like one of those guys from Winnie the Pooh, right? But no one really likes Rabbit. But it was summer months going to the fall, right? And you see Rabbit, right? You see all the Winnie the Pooh characters are all having fun, and you see Rabbit like collecting acorns, collecting stuff, right? And then everyone's just like, oh, Rabbit, what are you doing? You're such a bore. He's like, you guys are having too much fun. You guys get ready. They're just like, get ready for what? It's great time. Let's go swimming, And he's just like, all right, whatever. And he's just, you see him collecting food and stuff. Then the winter comes, right? Gets cold, right? You see Winnie look into his cabinet. Cabinet's empty. Oh, no honey. We're all out of honey. He talks. We're all out of honey. Oh. And he goes to Piglet's house. Piglet, I don't have any honey. And Piglet's like, I don't have anything either. Tigger, the same thing. And they all go to Rabbit's house, and Rabbit's just sitting there with his hands on his hips and shaking his head like, I told you guys to get ready for the winter, but you guys wanted to have fun. So he let them all inside, and it's like Rabbit had all this like food and stuff stored up because everybody was having fun. He was getting ready. and they all pretty much were in Rabbit's house, eating with him. And that episode always sticks with me, man. Where like Rabbit was the one everybody was like thanking in that episode. Usually Rabbit was just the one who was like the guy who was a pop up and nag. It was like, oh, yeah, old man Rabbit, get out of here. Like fun. But everybody was thankful for him during that time because he had stored up for the winter.
Right. It's like Proverbs 30 and 25 right there.
Mm-hmm. Come. Right. The ants are small, but look at the wisdom that they provide. When you study them and see what they do, it's like to learn from that.
It was working.
Mm-hmm.
In the real world, the rabbit, you charge him a premium.
Yeah, cut.
Need some food. Send a good time with Joseph. Joseph's like, I can take your land. You want? No problem. I can take your cattle.
Yeah.
You want grain? No problem.
Come. We're not gonna print money here. Money ran out. You're gonna have to give us something that has value, not just some paper. Yeah, man. That's another thing. That's another class right there to break that down, right? And why that's important. But yeah, a lot of these things you see in pop culture, you can find them right there in the scriptures too. Like you mentioned the scripture about the ants, right? But yeah, maybe think of that when you read about Elijah. And even Elijah, we're about to read, when his life was being threatened for standing up against King Ahab, for his wickedness. Even his wife Jezebel, who was a Zidonian, right, strange wife, she had, pretty much put a hit out on him. So he was on the run, right, for a little while, Elijah. But the Most High still looked out for him, provided a way. He sent the ravens to provide him for food. Or one time he was just resting somewhere, and the angels woke him up. I think he was underneath like a juniper tree or something. The angel woke him up, and there was like a pot cooking. The angel manifested a pot with food in it already. So like when people have these hypotheticals where they say, yeah, if it was like a post-apocalyptic world and, everything got destroyed, there's nothing else to eat. Like, would you eat, a pig, or would you eat this? Yeah, of course I would eat this. Of course I would eat that. But it's like you read from the scriptures. And if you were in that same circumstance, like on the run out there in the wilderness, the Most High will find a way for you not to defile yourself, right? He'll provide a way for his righteous, even if they're under dire straits, right? And resources are slim. Food and water are hard to come by. He'll find a way for you without you having to defile yourself. That's usually what you see in a lot of these stories and depictions of like a post-apocalyptic setting. You see people eating any and everything, hunting cats, hunting squirrel, hunting, animals they wouldn't normally eat. And they said, hey, of course, got to survive. But, knowing the scriptures and seeing what our ancestors did when they were under similar circumstances, they didn't do that. And the Most High provided a way. So it says, then stood up Elias the prophet as fire, and his word burned like a lamp. So we read that in did I read James 5 yet? Did I finish James 5? Let me make sure I read it again. Hold on. I told that story about Winnie the Pooh. James chapter 5, 17 and 18, it says, Elias was a man subject to like passions as we are. And he prayed earnestly that it might not rain, and it rained not on the earth by the space of 3 years and 6 months. Verse 18, and he prayed again, and the heaven gave rain, and the earth brought forth her fruit. So when our will with the Most High and the Most High's will with us, we had that connection and be the Most High's will. We have that same power too to stop and cause rain to come and go. It tells you that Revelations, right? It talks about us in these last days. We're going to have power to stop rain, and also power to call fire from heaven. If it be the Most High's will, because we're tapping into that same spirit that he was tapping into. Same thing with the spirit of might and the spirit of wisdom that we read about when it came to David and Solomon, the previous chapter. We're tapping into that same power source also, right? So we have that ability as well. Verse 2, he brought a sore famine upon them, and by his zeal or his faith, he diminished their number. By the word of the Lord, he shut up the heaven, and also 3 times brought down fire, right? So we read that story also in First Kings, but that's a little bit later on. You can just write down to link with verse 3, 48 and 3. You can write down First Kings chapter 18.
And in this case right there, too, similar to David, that was his gift.
Mm-hmm.
That was his gift, being able to maximize his faith with the passion to bring about what he wants to accomplish in righteousness.
Right. So you can link First Kings 18. The whole chapter is good, but just get 38. That's the key verse you want, where it was him against all the prophets of Baal. Right, he had a whole bunch of them dancing around for the false idol Baal. It was very popular, kind of like the golden calf was popular, like you were saying, popular, where they still knew what it was, even during the time of Jeroboam. Baal was a ongoing idol that was very popular amongst Canaan, the Canaanites and other Hamites. So yeah, these guys were dancing around, cutting themselves, right, saying, "Oh, Baal, 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 do this, do this." And it says he did one prayer, and the fire came down, boom, consumed the sacrifice. And all the people, once again, like we said earlier, people always want to acknowledge the God of Israel when he demonstrates his power. They don't want to get on their hands and knees. But the minute, Mosai stops demonstrating his power directly, just goes back into his place, then the people just go off again. But until he comes back, it's like always just like, oh, out of sight, out of mind. Let business continue. Let sin continue.
Matthew 17 and 20. It says, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you shall move mountains.
Okay.
Same thing that he did right there. That was his faith. And he was able to exercise that gift right there. He understood that, and once he figured it out, he became passionate about it, and his faith grew. Then he was able to stop the call up to heaven, and even when he did not get it the first time, he stayed doing it until he get result.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't get discouraged. He stayed firm in his conviction and his faith, and he got result. So that's exercising his gift when he figured it out.
Right. Matthew 17:20. All right, let me read the other two verses to go with 1 Kings 18:38. So the other two times he did it were in 2 Kings chapter 1. Like I said, read the whole chapter, it's good. But 2 Kings 1 and 10, it says, and Elijah answered and said to the captain of 50, if I be a man of God, then let fire come down from heaven and consume thee and thy 50. And there came down fire from heaven and consumed him and his 50. Again, he sent unto him another captain of 50, and with his 50, and answered and said unto him, O man of God, thus hath the king said, come down quickly. And Elijah answered and said unto them, if I be a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and consume thee and thy 50. And fire of God came down from heaven and consumed him and his 50. So it happened both times. And you read on, it talks about what happened in the third scenario. But, the guy was like, the next group was like, I don't want that to happen to us too. I don't want fire to fall on us also. But yeah, it is the evidence of, Elijah, fire and water, right? This guy had that power in his hand through the Most High, right? To hold water and to bring fire, all from the skies. So yeah, that's 2 Kings chapter 1, 10 to 12, to link up with Ecclesiastes 48 and 3. So back in Ecclesiastes 48, let's read verse 4. Ecclesiastes 48 and 4, it says, O Elias, how wast thou honored in thy wondrous deeds, and who made glory like unto thee? Right? Like I said, he's quite the figure, right? Like I said, even Christ has even Christ has to acknowledge him, even acknowledge him as John the Baptist too, when he came to John the Baptist, right? Even Christ had to put respect on him, as they say. It says in verse 5, who did is raise up a dead man from death, and his soul from the place of the dead by the word of the Most High. So the prophets always acknowledged the source of power, right? It wasn't just, oh, he had power in himself, but his power came from the Most High, right? So this is power on the right hand, right? Not like you see these people trying to do this stuff on the left hand side, trying to, resurrect the dead, communicate with the dead, or try to resurrect Osiris with these, crazy rituals that the Egyptians did. They try to do that now, in America with these, presidential ceremonies. It's like you got all these wicked things that the powers that be that they do. Esau does, trying to emulate Babylon, trying to emulate Egypt, trying to emulate Tyre, trying to emulate Sodom and Gomorrah, et cetera, et cetera. Wicked Hamites and their wicked practices. But see, he did this and actually did it, but through righteousness. So, evidence of this, we can go to 1 Kings chapter 17. I'll start from 17 and just read down briefly and get the story. But yeah, feel free to read these in your own time. These are great stories to learn from and to be inspired by. 1 Kings 17 and 17. It says, and it came to pass after these things that the son of the woman, the mistress of the house, fell sick. And his sickness was so sore that there was no breath left in him. So he was so sick, he couldn't even breathe like that. And she said unto Elijah, what have I to do with thee, O thou man of God? Art thou come unto me to call my sin to remembrance and to slay my son? So she's saying, you stay in here, but you come here to as like a judge, right? Because I made mistakes in my life, and here you are to come as like that symbol, that representation of like the execution that's meant for my son because of my wrongdoing. 19, he said unto her, give me thy son. And he took him out of her bosom and carried him up into a loft where he abode and laid him upon his own bed. And he cried unto Yahweh and said, O Lord my God, or Yahweh my power, hast thou also brought evil upon the widow with whom I sojourn by slaying her son? And he stretched himself upon the child 3 times and cried unto Yahweh and said, O Yahweh my power, I pray thee, let this child's soul come into him again. And Yahweh heard the voice of Elijah, and the soul of the child came into him again, and he revived. And Elijah took the child and brought him down out of the chamber into the house and delivered him unto his mother. And Elijah said, see, thy son liveth. And the woman said unto Elijah, now by this I know that thou art a man of God, and that the word of Yahweh in thy mouth is truth. Right? So if she was wavering at any point, she was a believer that day, right? As I'm sure her son was too, right? So this is the power the Most High has, right? That he can use through us if we're a willing vessel, right? As Elijah was. So a great miracle we read in what we call the Old Testament here. That's what the Ecclesiasticus is talking about. So back to Ecclesiasticus 48. It says in verse 6, 48 and 6 of Ecclesiasticus, who brought his king to destruction and honorable men from their bed, right? So with verse 6, also in 2 Kings, Second Kings, chapter 1 again, I read 10 to 12, but now I'm going to read the next part of that chapter, which goes into this briefly, so we just get the recap of the history. So 2 Kings chapter 1, 13, it says, and he sent again a captain of the third 50 with his 50. And a third captain of 50 went up and came and fell on his knees before Elijah and besought him and said unto him, O man of God, I pray thee, let my life and the life of these 50 thy servants be precious in thy sight. Because you want to be, group number 3, right? You already got 100 dead. 2 Kings chapter 1 and 13. Now I'm about to read 14. So you already knew what happened to the 2 other groups of 50 that came. They got burnt up. So he said, please don't let it happen to me and our guys too. 14, behold, there came a fire down from heaven and burnt up the 2 captains of the former 50s with their 50s. Therefore, let my life now be precious in thy sight. So don't let the same thing happen to me and my group. It says, and the angel of Yahweh said unto Elijah, go down with him, be not afraid of him. And he arose and went down with him unto the king. And he said unto him, thus saith Yahweh, forasmuch as thou hast sent messengers to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, is it not because there is no God in Israel to inquire of his word? Therefore thou shalt not come down off that bed on which thou art gone up, but shalt surely die. Right? So now this king's judgment, right? So you want to call upon the God of Israel. You want to call upon Lord of the Flies, right? That's what Beelzebub means, right? So it's like a variation of Baal, right? False idol. 17, so he died according to the word of Yahweh, which Elijah had spoken. And Jehoram reigned in his stead the 2nd year of Jehoram, the son of Josaphat, king of Judah, because he had no son. And then this goes into the other kings that are ruling, but you can pretty much stop at 16. That's good. Well, you can stop at 17. So yeah, 13 to 17, we're talking about this king that died, right? They didn't want to call upon the God of Israel. So back in Ecclesiasticus 47, 48, verse 7, it says, who heardest the rebuke of the Lord in Sinai, and in Horeb the judgment of vengeance, who anointed kings to take revenge and prophets to succeed after him, right? So more honor, more accolades onto Elias / Elijah. And you can just write down as a reference for what we're reading here. This is in 1 Kings chapter 19. 1 Kings chapter 19 and verse 15 and 16. Like I said, feel free to read above and below, but we're just touching on the key points here as the brothers who wrote Ecclesiasticus are just pointing back to this history, which we should be familiar with. And if we're familiar with, but not really knowledgeable of, we should review it again, just so that we're aware of the story. And we may see something we didn't see the first time we read it, if we read it already. So 1 Kings 19, 15, and 16. It reads, 1 Kings 19 and verse 15. And the Lord said unto him, go return on thy way to the wilderness of Damascus, and when thou comest, anoint Hazael to be king over Syria, and Jehu the son of Nimshi shall thou anoint to be king over Israel. And Elisha the son of Shaphat of Abel Maholah shall thou anoint to be a prophet in thy room. And it shall come to pass that him that escapeth the sword of Hazael shall Jehu slay, and him that escapeth from the sword of Jehu shall Elisha slay. See that? So he's going into what he's telling Elijah to do as far as anointing these particular kings, not just Jehu, king over the northern kingdom, but even this Hazael, this king over the Syrians, what we call Aramites, right? Right, that's where you get places like Padan Aram, right, which just means the plain of Syria, right? Or like the scripture we always talk about, it's like a trivia question when it says Jacob the Syrian. Let me say, I thought Jacob came out of the 12 tribes, not out of Aram. But no, it wasn't so much talking about the land, the man that he came from, but the land that he lived in for quite some time. Because he was abiding with his uncle Laban. He lived in Padan Aram, or the plains of Syria, right? That's why they would call him Jacob the Syrian. This is talking about an actual Syrian king. It's showing you how even Israel, we anointed kings of other nations too, because whether they want to acknowledge it or not, they only have their authority because of our God. So that's what the Ecclesiasticus 48, 7 and 8 is talking about. What 1 Kings 19, 15 and 16 are going into. You could also link, we read this on Tuesday's class, but you could link 4 and 27, also Luke chapter 4 and verse 27. Luke 4 and 27, which reads, Luke 4:27. It says, and many lepers were in Israel in the time of Eliseus, the prophet. This is Elisha, saying that is being mentioned by the Most High when it comes to Elijah, who he should anoint to be a prophet in his stead or in his room. And none of them was cleansed, saving Naaman the Syrian, right? So that was another figure from the Syrian people at that time, along with that king Hazael, that you read about during the time of Elijah and Elisha. So let's go back to Ecclesiasticus. Let's continue on. Verse 9, it said, who was taken up in a whirlwind of fire and in a chariot of fiery horses, right? Once again, we read this in the Tuesday class, but link up with 48 and 8, 2 Kings chapter 2 and verse 11. 2 Kings chapter 2 and verse 11. Second Kings chapter 2 and verse 11. Feel free to read above and below to get the whole story. But Elisha was there with Elijah, and he asked him for a double portion of his spirit. The same spirit he was doing miracles with. He said, give me a double portion of that. When Elijah asked him, what will you want of me before I go up? Because Elijah knew that he was going to be taken up. So here's where it actually happened in verse 11. And it came to pass as they went up on and talked, that behold, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire that parted them both asunder, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. So the Most High manifested himself as like through the angel, a horse-drawn chariot that came down and kind of went between them. As that happened, the whirlwind came and took them up. Right, so this is a rare thing. Right? This doesn't happen often. You can kind of count on one hand how many times this thing happens in recorded scriptural history. Right? So it's like a rare honor, right? So that's why when we talk about Elias or Elijah, we really have to take him into serious consideration. So back in 48 and now verse 10, it says, who was ordained for reproofs in their times to pacify the wrath of the Lord's judgment before it break forth into fury, and to turn the heart of the Father unto the Son, and to restore the tribes of Israel. Right? So this is going into the future prophecy that would pertain to him, which we know will be fulfilled in the time of Christ, but was written over aforetime, famously in the last book of what we call the Old Testament. But Malachi chapter 4. Malachi chapter 4 and verse 5 and also verse 6. So it's interesting them talking about this in the past tense, because it was this was written before, probably right around the same time as them, maybe a little bit before them, because Malachi, I think he was like little like during the time of the Persians and Medes, but a little bit after that, but like before the Greeks. It's kind of like that in between period. So they wrote around the same time, because it tells you in the beginning of Ecclesiasticus, the brothers who wrote these books, they lived during this Greek. Is Greek Ptolemy named Ergetes, who was during, I think, the third dynasty. So it was like probably in like the 200s BC. It's around the time when they wrote this. So it hadn't happened. It was going to happen after them, though. You read that in the introduction of Ecclesiasticus. It tells you that Ergetes was king in that part of Greece, which was like Alexandria. It was like the chief city of where the Greeks had rule under the Ptolemies, and the men who wrote Ecclesiasticus were in that region. All right, so to link with 48 and 10, Malachi 4, verses 5 and 6, which we know John the Baptist will fulfill later on during the time of Christ. But it reads, Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, it says, Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of Yahweh. He shall turn the heart of the fathers unto the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. Right? So he would come to teach repentance. That's what they're referring to here in Ecclesiastes 48 and 10, that he would do that later on when he would come back later. So reading on Ecclesiastes 48 in verse 11, blessed are they that saw thee and slept in love, for we shall surely live. Right? So those that saw him and repented, right? And understood what he was talking about and followed righteousness, it says slept in love. Because we say what? When you die in righteousness, you don't really die, you just sleep. And that's what we all hope. If we are here and we give it the ghost before Christ comes back, we hope that we just go to sleep. But we've had certain brothers and sisters that have died in righteousness even in this time, right? And we say for them too, they died in righteousness, they went to sleep. Right? We hope and pray the Most High mercy upon their souls. Reading on in verse 12, it says, Elias it was, who was covered with a whirlwind, and Eliseus, that's his understudy, right, was filled with his spirit. Whilst he lived, he was not moved with the presence of any prince, neither could any bring him into subjection, right? Because he was a mighty one too going forward, and he did powerful works also, right? And it says in 13, no word could overcome him, and after his death, his body prophesied, right? So to link with 12 and 13 of 48, let's go back to 2 Kings again. 2 Kings chapter 2. I'll read down to 15. 2 Kings 2, 12 to 15, which reads, And Elisha saw it and cried, my father, chariot of Israel, and the horsemen thereof. This after he was taken up, Elijah. And he saw it no more, and he took hold of his own clothes and rent them in two pieces, right? Because, this is a miraculous thing to behold here, right? 13, he took up also the mantle of Elijah that fell from him and went back and stood by the bank of Jordan, right? So he was taken up, but the mantle that he wore was left behind, right? When Elijah was translated by the whirlwind. It says, he took the mantle of Elijah that fell on him and smote the waters and said, where is Yahweh power of Elijah? And when he also had smitten the waters, they parted hither and thither, and Elijah went over. So he took the mantle, just kind of hit the water at the bank, and water just split, like how the Red Sea split, but it split just for him. He said he walked right across the river. So imagine you are present there as well, and you behold something like this. You're just like, am I going crazy? Did I just see what I thought I saw? He just got his coat and just pop, and the water's just, he just walks across. That's just unnatural, supernatural, right? Just very unusual behavior, right?
So he's an X-Man.
Yeah. Or you try to pinch yourself. I must be dreaming. I didn't just see that. I must be losing my mind.
I don't know if you have 2 Kings 13 and 21.
The next one I had to get is I'm about to get that one. But you can pull it.
No, if you have it, that's cool.
If you want to read it, Baba Bashar? That's the next one I was going to get after I finished this.
You got it. I thought you didn't have it.
Come. So verse 15, it says, and when the sons of the prophets, which were to view at Jericho, saw him, they said, the spirit of Elijah doth rest on Elisha. And they came to meet him and bowed themselves to the ground before him. Right? So he had requested of Elijah before Elijah went up. He granted it to him. And now as you go forward, all up to 13, you read about the things that were going on with him, right? Among other things that were happening as far as the horrible famine. But you hear about Elisha, all the things that he was doing. But leading up to the time when he would die, now we jump forward. 2 Kings chapter 13 is the verse you were talking about. Just to talk about what this was talking about. So 2 Kings 13, we'll just read 20 and 21. But like I said, read the previous chapters to lead up to this to get his story too, along what was going on with Israel at the time. So 2 Kings 13, verses 20 and 21. 2 Kings 13 and 20, it says, and Elisha died, and they buried him, and the bands of the Moabites invaded the land at the coming in of the year. And it came to pass, as they were burying a man, that behold, they spied a band of men, and they cast the man into the sepulchre of Elisha, right? So as they're getting invaded, they took a man they were trying to bury, and they threw him in the sepulchre of Elisha. It says, when the man was let down and touched the bones of Elisha, he revived and stood up on his feet. So even Elisha's body, right, still had this power with it, to where this man they put in there kind of in haste because they saw, I guess, the Moabites coming or whatever. He just brushed up against Elisha's remains and then was revived, right? So it just shows you the power. When you have that power in the spirit, it can hijack the physical world in all types of ways you would consider like unnatural, unusual, right? Because you have the spirit dealing with you, which means, everything is now becomes extraordinary, right? Things that happen to you and around you are not the usual things, right? You're hijacking the typical laws of nature. That's the whole point of a miracle, right? Because people say, I don't believe in the Bible, I believe in science. I don't get with miracles. But it's just like, fool. That's what miracles are. That's what the whole point of a miracle is, to go against the usual laws of nature. That's what makes them a miracle. That's why the Bible explains them in ways where it's like, oh, the water splits in two, right? According to regular physics, that don't happen. Or the axe head that was lead, supposed to sink in water, is just floating on the water. Elisha did that. That's not something that usually happens according to laws of physics, right? Buoyancy, right? As they say. Denser objects sink that are denser than water. But if something is lighter than water, right, it's going to float to the top. But how is this axe head, which is clearly lead, why is it floating? Among other things. So that's the whole point of miracles. They break the laws of physics, the usual laws of science, just to show the Most High's power, that he's in control of all, even those things. So back to Ecclesiasticus, chapter 48. Reading on, it says, verse 13. Verse 14, Salakia. He did wonders in his life, and at his death were his works marvelous. For all this the people repented not, neither departed they from their sins, till they were spoiled and carried out of their land, and were scattered through all the earth. Yet there remained a small people and a ruler in the house of David. So this is going into what would happen later, which is what? The Assyrians being raised up, and then them being the ones to eventually take the 10 tribes that were in the north, take them out of that land, right? Take them into captivity. And then, as you read on later on, it would talk about them actually transplanting people in Samaria that came from further south, the Cushites, putting them in the land where the northern tribes were supposed to be. And just a small verse we can read that deals with that is in 2 Kings 2, but this is 2 Kings chapter 18. 2 Kings chapter 18, 9 down to 12. 2 Kings 18, 9 to 12. 18 and 9 reads, And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, who we're going to read about a little bit further on in this chapter of Ecclesiastes 48, which was the 7th year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria and besieged it. Samaria just being another name for the northern kingdom in their capital. Verse 10, and at the end of 3 years, they took it, even the 6th year of Hezekiah, that is the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken. So it's just giving reckon to the years of their reign. The kingdom in the south, which was Hezekiah, and the kingdom in the north, which was this Hoshea. So he was the last king of the northern kingdom, right before the Assyrians came in. It says, and the king of Assyria did carry away Israel into Assyria and put them in Halah and Habor by the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes, right? Or Madai, right? Those are people that came out of Japheth called Madai. 12, because they obeyed not the voice of the Lord or Yahweh their power, but transgressed his covenant and all that Moses, the servant of Yahweh, commanded, would not hear them nor do them. Right? So just a snapshot there, but read above and below, of course, to get more details on it. So link that with Ecclesiasticus 48 and 15. Because you're still at the southern kingdom at this point. We were still in the land in the south. We hadn't gotten removed. That wasn't coming until later. But at least at this time, we were still doing what we were supposed to do because we had this righteous king, Hezekiah, or it's spelled Ezekias in the Apocrypha, but it's still referring to Hezekiah. It says, verse 16, I'm back in Ecclesiastes 48 and 16, of whom some did that which was pleasing to God and some multiplied sins. Because with our kings, it was kind of like hot and cold, right? And we're going to read it in the next chapter, but next time, it really tells you out of all the kings of Judah, there's only like 3 of them really that stayed the course. Even if they may have made mistakes, they stayed the course their whole life. Whereas other kings, it was like there was something faulty with how they ruled. Something they said or did that put a stain in their name, right? In their legacy. So it says in verse 17, Ezekias or Hezekiah fortified his city and brought in water into the midst thereof, right? That's going to the famous water duct that he made. You look in certain Bible atlases, it'll show you pictures of what remains of that water duct or aqueduct that he built that went into the city, right? To pull water in from the outside. So, you know, they say modern marvels, right? They look at like ancient civilizations that built roads and, you know, water systems and things like that. We did that too. It says, brought water in the midst thereof. He digged the hard rock with iron and made wells for water. And you can just read 2 Kings 18 also. Let's go to the top part of that chapter. 15, 17. Yes, this is this is the same king it's talking about. 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 1 to 3. That's like his introduction. And as you read down, it goes into his particular story. So 2 Kings 18, 1 to 3. You could also write down 2 Chronicles 29 and 1 and 2 as well, going into his introduction. And as you read on, it goes into the things that he did. But you just start in those places and read down, you'll get his story. So 2 Chronicles 29, 1 and 2 also. All right, so let's continue on. It says in verse 18, 48 and 18, in his time Sennacherib came up and sent Rabshakeh and lifted up his hand against Zion and boasted proudly. Right. So once again, in that history of 2 Kings 18, you read about this, namely in verses 13 down to 16, which I'll read briefly. 2 Kings 18, 13, which reads, now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria, to Lachish, saying, I have offended, return from me. That which thou puttest on me will I bear. And the king of Assyria appointed unto Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. And Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of Yahweh and in the treasures of the king's house. So he's asking him, since he has the authority, he said, okay, well, what do you require, right? As far as a tribute or a tithe, right? To this king of Syria. So that's what he gave him of the treasures of the king's house. At that time did Hezekiah cut off the gold from the doors of the temple of Yahweh and from the pillars which Hezekiah, king of Judah, had overlaid, and gave it to the king of Assyria. As you read on, it goes into that same figure we're reading about. But then, as you go further down, he started speaking vain words unto them. You go into verse 17, which says, the king of Assyria sent Tartan and Rabsaris and Rabshakeh from Lachish to King Hezekiah with a great host against Jerusalem. And they went up and came to Jerusalem. And when they were come up, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is by the highway of the fuller's field. That's where they went to wash clothes and fabrics, right? That's what a fuller does. And when they had called to the king, there came out to them Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, which was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah the son of Asaph the recorder. And Rabshakeh said unto them, speak ye now to Hezekiah, thus saith the great king, the king of Assyria, what confidence is there within thou trusteth? Thou sayest, but they are but vain words. I have counsel and strength for the war. Now on whom doest thou trust, that thou rebels against me? Now behold, thou trustest upon the staff of this bruised reed, even upon Egypt, on which if a man lean, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh king of Egypt unto all that trust him. But if ye say unto me, we trust in the Lord our God, is not that he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah have taken away, and have said to Judah and Jerusalem, ye shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem? Now therefore I pray thee, give pledges to my lord, the king of Assyria, and I will deliver thee 2,000 horses. If thou be able on thy part to set riders upon them. How then wilt thou turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants, and put thy trust in Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? Am I now come up without the Lord against this place to destroy it? The Lord said unto me, go up against this land and destroy it. So this is him pretty much saying, you got nowhere to turn, right? Don't claim that you love or that you are trusting in Egypt, because, you know, they're weak now too, right? Don't try to look to them for help or succor. And it's sad because the later kings of Judah would trust in Egypt, going further down into the time after Josiah, ended up being our downfall. And Jeremiah writes about that, but that was some time after Hezekiah. But more or less, you'll see the Rabshakeh pretty much like taunting us during this sit down, saying, look, we're the big and bad Assyrians. You got no chance. You got no options, right? You want to say you trust in God. You want to say you trust in Egypt. Just pay us, tribute and tribute on top of that, and we'll see. We'll try to decide whether or not we're going to destroy you or not. So yeah, but like I said, going down that history, you'll see more about that when you read further on in 2 Kings. But let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 48. It says in 19, then trembling their hearts and hands, and they were in pain as women in travail. But they called upon the Lord, which is merciful, and stretched out their hands toward him. And immediately the Holy One heard them out of heaven and delivered them by the ministry of Isai. So Isai, who's that? And that's a funny spelling, but who was a famous prophet who was contemporaries with Ezekiel, Hezekiah? Who knows? Who do you think Isai is talking about? It's talking about Isaiah, right? You'll see it spelled sometimes Isaias, but yeah, that's who it's talking about, the prophet Isaiah. That's why you'll see parts of Isaiah read similar to how parts of 2 Kings read, because they were contemporaries with each other. So the prophecies of Isaiah coincide with the events that took place in this part of Kings. Then it says in verse 21, the famous story we always get to at the end, right? He smote the host of the Assyrians, and his angel destroyed them. So that was the famous thing that happened in 2 Kings chapter 19. Let's get it. Link this with 48 and 21. 2 Kings 19. 35 to 37, but the whole buildup takes place before that. But 2 Kings 19:35, it says, and it came to pass that night that the angel of Yahweh went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. So 185,000 soldiers, right? These guys didn't come in any small force to come against Jerusalem, the capital city. But it says what? That the angel of the Lord, meaning one angel, took out this many. So these guys had the nerve in this final battle to try to go against Christ and the entire host. So when we read about it taking 1 hour, most are going to have it end a lot quicker than that if you wanted to. But just to prove a point, I'll say, 1 hour, I'm going to undo what these guys try to pull over, a little over 400 years or so, right? Of them trying to establish their might through all their own strength, through, the power of their different means, technology, weapons, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to undo all that in 1 hour with my son and my host. But look at this here. One angel smote 185,000 Assyrian soldiers. It says, and when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses, right? So woke up the morning, went outside, looked, all dead. Get out of here. Just imagine that. Jerusalem surrounded by dead heathens, right? You just say, oh, man, all praise to the Most High, but we got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of bodies to handle, right? So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed and went and returned and dwelt at Nineveh. So at that point, Sennacherib was like, all right, I'm about to hang it up, because what are you going to do now at this point? And it came to pass, as he was worshiping at the house of Nisroch, his god, so after all that, he still goes back to his home city and deals with his false god. It's like, what went wrong? How could all my soldiers die? How come you weren't stronger than their god? Oh, false god Nisroch, help me, right? Like, you really got the nerve to try to call upon your little weak god that couldn't protect your soldiers from the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But look at what happened as a judgment. It says, as he was doing this, bowing down to his false god after catching Assyria's L, that Adrammelech and Sharezer, his son, smote him with the sword, and they escaped into the land of Armenia. It says in Hebrew Ararat, but I guess it's the same region anyway. It's like around Turkey, around that region. And Esarhaddon, his son, reigned in his stead. So his own sons didn't kill him, right? Because it's like, Pop, what are you doing? How'd you take an L like that? Get him out of here, right? but ultimately it was the Most High's judgment, right, coming against Israel. But then you had the next Assyrian ruler after him to take power, and it's funny because they got the Nebuchadnezzar cylinder, Cyrus cylinder, the Nebuchadnezzar, and the Persian Chronicles, and some of these events are actually in their records, right? And I think they make mention of this record too. I have to find it, but I think they make mention of this situation too. And even they had to like write it down a certain way that depict it. Because people say, "Oh, the Bible's fairy tales," but it's like, okay, but we go to other primary sources that archaeologists, attest as, okay, this is a legitimate record of the time. They'll point right back to the events of the Bible, even the miraculous events, and say, "Yep, this happened at this time during the reign of this king. We lost this much money." They may have like a ledger saying, this is how much we lost, this is how much we spent on this, how much we spent on that. So you won't believe the Bible, but will you believe these other primary sources from these heathens that pretty much say the same things the Bible said? Whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes to get you to acknowledge the truth. But what are you going to do with that truth? Are you going to take the Most High seriously now? Most times you won't. But at least we'll get your attention, though. But back in Ecclesiasticus 48, so that was 2 Kings 19:35-37. To link with Ecclesiasticus 48 and 21. Now we're in verse 22. For Ezekiel had done the thing that pleased the Lord and was strong in the ways of David his father, as Isaiah the prophet, or Isaiah the prophet, who was great and faithful in his vision, had commanded him. In his time, the sun went backward, and he lengthened the king's life. So another miracle we can record when we look at King Hezekiah, where he was supposed to die at a certain point. So it shows you too, even though you're righteous, you can still get ill, sick, still have fall to misfortune. But the thing is, what do you do when you do? Do you trust in the Most High, or do you trust in man and trust in the things that man made with his hands, right? But we can link this with the 2 Kings also, but this is a little bit further up. I think in chapter 20. 2 Kings chapter 20, 8 to 11. 2 Kings 20 and 8 reads, and Hezekiah said unto Isaiah, which will be the sign that Yahweh will heal me, and that I shall go up into the house of Yahweh the third day? And Isaiah said, this sign shalt thou have of the Lord, that the Lord will do the thing that he hath spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 degrees or go back 10 degrees? And Hezekiah answered, it is a light thing for the shadow to go down 10 degrees. Nay, but let the shadow return backward 10 degrees, right? Just a sundial being a metaphor for, as far as like we talk about when you'll see it on like obituaries, right? When people pass away, it'll say sunrise, sunset. And the sunrise will be when a person was born, and the sunset will be when the person passed away, right? So like the sunrise, sunset is like symbolic, representing like someone's light, how long their light shine in the earth, so to speak, before they set, as far as their life being like the sun setting. So he asked that it could go back 10 degrees. In other words, could I have some, a little bit longer here, right? And Isaiah the prophet cried unto Yahweh, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backward, by which it had gone down in the dial of Ahaz, right? Which is like a certain point. But what's pretty much shown is that when you read it, it's saying how his life was extended beyond the years that they thought. He was given extra years to live. And of course, because he was a righteous king, he could do more righteousness for Israel and the countries that they labored with, or that labored with them. And you also read this history in Isaiah 38 as well, since once again they were contemporaries with each other. So this is Isaiah 38 in verse 4, and you read down to 8. So Isaiah 38 in verse 4 reads, then came the word of the Lord to Isaiah, saying, or Yahweh, go and say to Hezekiah, thus saith Yahweh, the power of David thy father, or thy ancestor, I have heard thy prayer, I have seen thy tears. Behold, I will add unto thy days 15 years, and I will deliver thee in this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and I will defend this city. It shall be a sign unto thee from Yahweh, that Yahweh will do this thing that he hath spoken. Behold, I will bring again the shadow of the degrees which is gone down in the sundial of Ahaz 10 degrees backward. So the sun returned 10 degrees, by which degrees it was gone down, right? Representing what? His life being extended. His sunset coming later as opposed to sooner. So another great miracle the Most High did for one of our righteous forefathers, King Hezekiah. See, that's Isaiah 38, 4-8 to go with 2 Kings 20, 8-11, which goes with Ecclesiastes 48 and 23. And it says in verse 24, he saw by an excellent spirit which should come to pass at the last, and he comforted them that mourned in Zion. He showed what should come to pass forever, the secret things, or ever they came. And this makes you think also, too, in Isaiah also, where he was told about, I'm laughing, but it's not really funny. What was to come, but later on, right? Remember, he invited, I think it was this king's name always cracks me up. I think it was that guy, Evil Merodach. I know his name is different in their native tongue, but it sounds funny in English. Evil Merodach. Sound like a supervillain, right? I'm Evil Merodach. I will take over your city. But yeah, they came to visit him. But let's get that real quick before we close out, because this thing is crazy. But you'll see, even though it was bad news, you'll see what Hezekiah's response was, right? But this is Isaiah chapter 39, right? Isaiah 39. I'll read the whole thing. There's only 8 verses. Just to link with these last couple of verses. But it says, Isaiah 39 and 1, it says, at that time, Merodach, Baladan, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, for he had heard he had been sick and was recovered. And Hezekiah was glad of them and showed them the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold and the spices and the precious ointment and all the house of his armor and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house nor in all his domain that Hezekiah showed them not, right? So, he uses for a bargaining chip and then got it back after getting the victory, but then he's showing them these different things, right? Because remember, his odds were with the Assyrian king, but now he's talking to the Babylonian kings, right? After that he had prevailed, and the Most High, put our enemies to be at peace with us. It says that Isaiah the prophet. Then came Isaiah the prophet unto King Hezekiah and said unto him, what said these men, and from whence came they unto thee? And Hezekiah said, they are come from a far country unto me, even from Babylon, right? So that was another empire, but it was up and coming empire, right? Because they were coming to power but a little bit later, as opposed to the Assyrians, who was like their time at this point. And the Most High already broke their power already when they tried to come against Jerusalem. Then said he, what have they seen in thine house? And Hezekiah answered, all that is in mine house had they seen. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not shown them. Then said Isaiah to Hezekiah, hear the word of Yahweh of hosts. Behold, the days come that all that is in thine house, and that which thy fathers have laid up in store until this day shall be carried into Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith the Lord. So that's not like not a kind of prophecy you want to hear, right? It's kind of like, some kings might have been like, Isaiah, you talking trash, like, you for real? But they said Hezekiah and Isaiah had a pretty good relationship, and Hezekiah knew to trust in the Lord. But here's his response. It says, and in thy sons that shall issue from thee, which thou shalt beget, shall they take away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. And then it says in verse 8 to close it out, then said Hezekiah to Isaiah, good is the word of Yahweh which thou hast spoken. He said, moreover, for there shall be peace and truth in my days. So he took the good with the bad. He said, good be the word that you spoke, because I know you're not lying. The Most High said it. At least there'll be a peace in my days, right? But, I know it's probably not the most pleasing thing to hear, that your sons that come after you are going to drop the ball, you know. But what can you do against what the Most High said, right? So a good relationship you see between a king and his prophet, right? Like you see here, or like you saw before with like David and Nathan, to where there wasn't a conflict, to where the prophet felt like he had to lie to the king in order just to be on good terms, right? The prophet could be frank with his king and be like, "Look, here's what's going on. Most High said this," and the king responded accordingly, and vice versa. So we see that here too with Isaiah and King Hezekiah too. But peace during his days, right? But we can almost see this, right, where the Babylonian, group that came took a note of everything, and then kept it in the records, right? And then later on, right, generations later, after Josiah went away, and his sons that came after him, they said, "Yeah, remember when we saw some centuries back with their King Hezekiah, his grandfather or great grandfather, and they had all those treasures? Yeah, I want that. I want that now." Because they didn't do righteously. It was like, all right, they had that in their memory, in their records. Now they're coming for that treasure now. Because Hezekiah's descendants wouldn't follow in his right in the same example as him. And we'll read it next time, but I always just think of this verse to kind of bring it all together. In Ecclesiasticus 49, and I'll just read 4 and 5. Like I said, we'll read this whole chapter a couple weeks from now, and we go back to Ecclesiasticus. And this is Ecclesiasticus 49, 4 and 5, right? Ecclesiasticus 49, 4 and 5, it reads, "All except David and Ezekiah and Josiah were defective, for they forsook the law of the Most High, even the kings of Judah failed." So as a whole, they failed. Even though you had 3 kings that, they made mistakes, they walked that straight and narrow path. If they fell off the bike, they got back on. There wasn't a moment where they didn't trust the Lord and start trusting in man or trusting in idol or something like that. So as a whole, they fell. Then it says in verse 5, "Therefore he gave their power unto others and their glory to a strange nation." So yeah, it happened with the northern tribe first, right? With the Assyrians around, I think the year was what's the year they have us remember when the Assyrians came in? Was it not 922? Is it 922 BC? I think the year was. So it came in first with the Assyrians, with the Northern Kingdom. But then it would come in later in the more famous year we always refer to, 586. That's when the Babylonians came and took out the Southern Kingdom. But there was a time for the Northern tribes to fulfill that prophecy, and then we'll fulfill that prophecy later. At least we had some righteous kings, but in the end, even the Southern Kingdom fell also. So we had to be jacked up too, because the Most High's not a liar. He told us what would happen. I think it's in the Zonovan. I'm pretty sure the year is 922, but I could be wrong. Might be later. But see again.
Also, when you read 24, right? When it says, "He saw by an excellent spirit what should come to pass at the last, and he comforted them that mourn in Zion." But now, pretty much, when it says his excellent spirit, it's like his attitude, the way his attitude, his mindset, and conditioning, and how he interprets the stuff around him, his environment and people. So based on that, his attitude was filled with the Most High's law. So therefore, he can make interpretation based on how he sees things, and he was able to comfort the people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like his attitude on how you look at things.
Con. And even he had Isaiah on point too. Whatever he couldn't say, that he would have Isaiah say to the people during that history. When you read in mainly 2 Kings 18 and 19, but you see it goes down to 19. You'll see him comfort the people like you're talking about, not have them trust in their own flesh or trust in any alliance with any other country. He said, "Look, the Lord will protect us." Yeah, they got the whole damn near 200,000 men surround the damn city. Most people in a carnal mind state would be like, oh, we're finished. That's it. We can't beat that, right? Even if they lay siege to the city, there's no way we can get out. We're finished. But he didn't do that. And we see he's got an everlasting memorial because of that. We can always look back on Hezekiah and go, wow, when he was when the odds were totally against him, he trusted in the Most High and was delivered. Absolutely. Yeah, I guess so. And I said it was the last thing I'll read, but simply mention that. Let's check out Hezekiah's prayer. 2 Kings 19, 14 down to 19. Like I said, this whole history is good to read. I just read his prayer just to see that motivation or what got him going. What he did when he was when his back was against the wall for him and his people's sake. It says in 2 Kings 19 and 14, and Hezekiah received the letter of the hand of the messengers and read it. Hezekiah went up into the house of Yahweh and spread it before Yahweh. And Hezekiah prayed before Yahweh and said, O Lord God of Israel, which dwells between the cherubims, thou art the God, even thou alone. Of all the kingdoms of the earth, thou hast made heaven and earth. Lord, or Yahweh, bow down thine ear and hear, open Yahweh thine eyes and see. And hear the words of Sennacherib, which have sent him to reproach the living God. Of a truth, Yahweh, the kings of Assyria have destroyed the nations and their lands, and have cast their gods into the fire. For they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone. Therefore, they have destroyed them. So you let them destroy all these other nations, and they're proud because of this. They've had success everywhere they've gone. But that's not the case with us. We don't have idols. We worship you. Now, therefore, Yahweh our power, I beseech thee, save thou us out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that thou art Yahweh power, even thou only. So, on point prayer right there, right? And we see the Most High responded accordingly, right, to his prayer. And then you read down, you see, we see what happened, which was we read earlier about the one angel coming down, destroying the whole army. And then the king, Sennacherib, went back home, tail between his legs, so to speak, and then went to go pray to his false god one more time, and his own sons killed him. So that's the power of our God. Let's not forget it. So that's why it's so important for us to follow his will, so that his will can be towards us for good. Can't stress that enough. From then till now. And forevermore. All right, so we'll end there. No one else has any other questions or comments. But for next week, since we did the Apocrypha, we're going to be going back to the Old Testament, since we did the Apocrypha. And we're going to be reading, so you can see it on my phone, the end of Judges going into Ruth. That's going to be next Sabbath service for the, sure as it comes up. I think it's too bright. It doesn't show up on the camera. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and then the week after that, 1 Corinthians 8 and 9, and then Ecclesiasticus 49 and 50 after that. But yeah, Judges 21 to the first chapter of Ruth. So when I finish Judges, go into Ruth next week. And then 1 Corinthians 8 and 9 after that. And then Ecclesiasticus again, 49 and 50. We're almost finished Ecclesiasticus also. All right. So here we'll make an end, but not the end altogether, because there's still more to come. But we'll say, Shar Shabbat, or Happy Sabbath. Hope everybody was edified by the lesson today. Most High's will. We'll talk to everybody in the Tuesday and Friday classes that are to come, right? We're in the 8th month and 19th day. So yeah, our next holiday won't be until December 3rd, which is the next new moon. That's some time away, but we'll put it out there as we get closer to that date. All right. So Shar Shabbat once again, a happy Sabbath. Wa Malachat Tawah, which just means good afternoon. And I'll say Rakateh Hawa by Shem Yahushai, Laharuch HaKodash, which just means blessed be the Most High in the name of Christ by way of the Holy Spirit. For without them, none of this would be possible. And with that, we'll do the closing prayers. Someone gets the blinds, Bubba Rasha. Barakateh Yahweh by Shem Yahushai, Asheran from the Nawa, Pari Agapen, Dwara Aman, La Yahweh by Shem Yahushai, Af Yasher Allah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. At Madwa, Plainway, Jerusalem, stand face Jerusalem. Yahweh, Ba'asham, Yahweh Shai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawa, Aita, Yemyan, Aita, Shalak, Ma'aka Allah, Waha'alahayim, Tazwadakim, La, Shemar Ayel, Barak, Rapah, Magan, Wachaziyak, Banya, Yasha'ala, Washalak, Lanawa, Rabian, Kakama, Rabian, Da'if, Rabian, Bayanah, Rabian, Sabalanwa, Rabian, Amawan, Rabian, Aqua, Rabian, Ahabian, Rabian, Haganah, Rochanaya, Wasalak, Ko, Katayanawa, La Akim, Wa Akiwa, Wiasha'ala, Tamyad, Waiwalam, Ba'asham, Yahawashai, Thawada, Aman. English translation, Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now. Right now, please send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four corners prayer. Yahweh, Ba'asham, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawa, Wiasha'ala, Wabath Yasaparim, Shema, Yasharale, Yahweh, Allah, Yahweh, Yahweh, English translation. We said, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So with that, we'll say Shar Shabbat once again. Wa Malakah Tawab. Good afternoon. And I make a blessed rest of the Sabbath day. We'll talk to you this upcoming week in the classes, Tuesday and Friday classes. All right, Shar Shabbat. This thing hung me up. I don't know when it hung me up, but it just does. It's weird.